This
Me.
conference
I,
will now be recorded.
Yeah.
I work for a product company. I've been in industry from last 15 years. Very diversified project. I've worked with kids from street kids to abandoned kids to kids from underprivileged background. I landed at Deloitte 5 years ago. I moved out of Deloitte in August, and currently I'm working for a product company as a program manager.
Okay. It's good to know about you, Gujan. Yeah. Thank you. So,
Thank you.
Kishore, can you please introduce yourself? Yeah. Okay. Okay. I can see in the chart. Okay. Thanks for letting us know, Kishore. I think you are working as a web developer. Yeah. Anyway, let's go ahead. Okay. First of all, thank you everyone for joining the Signavio cloud demo session conducted by experts of trainings. Myself, Naren, I'm having more than 10 years of experience, out of which I worked as SAP FI consultant, and later on I worked as a Celonis process mining consultant, and I've been working as a Signavio process mining consultant from the last more than 2 years. I was involved in a couple of digital transformation projects, and being a SAP FI consultant, I was involved in a couple of implementation and support projects. So, coming to my training experience, I have given training on SAP FI. I trained over 200 plus participants, and I've been giving training on Signavio from the last 1 year. I trained over 40 plus participants, around 50. So I'm certified Signavio consultant and certified SAP FI consultant and certified SAP build and certified in Celonis as well. Okay. So coming to the training curriculum, today's agenda is we are going to discuss about what is the training curriculum which we are going to discuss during our training course, and I'll explain you what is the Signavio transformation suite, and I'll give you the overview of Signavio transformation suite, and I'll show you the Signavio tool. I'll demonstrate the Signavio tool, and later on the Q&A session will be enabled. So the course objective is to one should be able to implement the real-time scenarios using Signavio tool, and one should be market ready with strong understanding of the business process and technical expertise. So not only understanding the technical expertise. Understanding the tool, how to write the code and all. During this training, as part of this training, you're going to know how to understand the business process and how to capture the requirements from the client. Okay. So one should be able to you know gather the requirements from the client before implementing the Signavio tool, and which helps you to be certification ready. Okay. Coming to the certification, we have earlier. Yes, Gunjan.
Yeah, so I missed that part. Do you have to be a coder, or a non-coder can also take the Signavio
Non-coder
certification?
can also, yeah, non-coder can also take this certification and can work on Signavio tool. The reason
Okay,
being, yeah, I'm also a functional guy. Okay, so I
okay,
worked on FA. So, but later on, I moved to process mining domain, and being a process mining consultant, it can be Celonis or Signavio. I learned Signavio, how to write the transformation code using Signal, which is similar to SQL. So I'll teach you step by step how to learn the Signavio, Signal code, and how can we write the code using Signal in the Signavio tool. So it won't, you know, um, you can learn easily. Okay.
okay.
You
Good
might
to
be
know.
from
Thank you.
IT background or non-IT background. You can learn this, no issues. Okay.
Done, done. Thanks.
Yeah. So earlier, coming to the Signavio certification, earlier before around 6 months ago, we used to have one certification for the entire Signavio tool, but later on they splitted the certification into two parts. First part is process data analyst. So this process data analyst certification mostly focuses on the process mining part. Okay. How to write the code, and as part of Signavio, we have a couple of solutions introduced as part of Signavio. like process insights, intelligence manager, collaboration hub, governance. I'll explain you in detail in the next slides. But as part of that, process insights and process intelligence are the process mining solutions. Okay, so where we, the core crux of Signavio. Signavio mainly, is being adapted by the clients to mine their processes and to identify the issues and bottlenecks in their business processes. Okay, as part of that, process mining is the solution which can give them the which can mine their processes and create the dashboards to analyze their process performance. So process data analyst is the certification which focuses on this process mining part. It covers process insights, intelligence, and process mining related stuff. When it We have one more certification called business process consultant. Okay, as part of this certification, it mostly focuses on the process manager, where we can document the business processes, okay, end to end. Okay, so where we can maintain all the activities, attributes, and say for example, if they are using some IT system called SAP, if one activity is being executed using SAP system, how that activity is being executed, what are the steps involved in that activity, okay, what is the transaction code being used to execute that activity. So who is responsible for that activity in the organization, which department is responsible. Okay, if they have any detailed documentation available in their SharePoint, we can link the detailed documentation in this process manager for that particular process flow. So the detailed process documentation can be done using this process manager, and they can set up some workflows, approval workflows, okay, and they can manage the task, whatever the activities or tasks involved in the process, using process governance solution in Signavio. So those process manager and process governance related stuff will be focused. The process being business process consultant certification mostly focuses on this area: process manager and governance and collaboration hub. So after completion of our training, you will be able to attempt these both certifications. So during our training, this will be our curriculum. Okay, so I'm going to explain you the process mining, what is process mining, and what is the history of process mining, how it got evolved over the period of time. Okay, so then if I think some of you might be from SAP or not from SAP, I'll explain you in detail what is SAP, and what are the different types of data types available in SAP, how to understand them, how does it help the business. Okay, so how to understand and what type of different data types we have in SAP, and how does it help us in mining the process in Signavio. So I'll explain you in detail. Okay, I'll give you the SAP overview, and we'll discuss about the manufacturing industry related process. In manufacturing business, it consists of multiple processes, right? The manufacturing businesses run on different processes, out of which we'll take one process as a business case study, that is procure to pay. Okay, we'll discuss in detail about this procure to pay process, what are the activities involved in that procure to pay process, and how to understand those activities. Okay, so what are the critical KPIs which can measure the process performance, how to replicate those KPIs in the Signavio tool. We'll discuss in detail here in the procure to pay process. And I'll explain you using process mining tool, how does this process mining tool help the business in terms of value realization. How can the business realize value using process mining tool, by taking an example. And I'm going to explain you the Signavio solutions. Okay, we have process insights. Okay, I'll take you through the process insights tool, where you need not to practice anything, but you need to understand what is process insights tool and what does it offer, and how can that process insights tool help the business. Okay, and we'll jump into the signal code. Okay, signal is the programming code Signavio analytics language, which is similar to SQL, So I'll teach you how each and every syntax, how to understand them, and I'll provide you the web link where you can practice on your own. And then we'll jump into the process intelligence, which is the core crux of Signavio tool, where we mine the business processes by connecting the different source systems to the Signavio, and where we transform the data from raw data into the event log data, which Signavio can understand, the language which Signavio can understand, that is the signal language. Using that, will transform the data, and how to transform that data using signal code, and what are the steps involved while writing the transformation code, what is their process data pipelines, and what is the process data models, and how to execute or how to trigger the ETLs, and how to create the front end investigation dashboards using various widgets. I'll explain you in detail in our training session. And after that, after understanding the business process by connecting the source system and by analyzing the business process, we can visualize their business process in process intelligence, and we can model or we can create a process flow diagram, and we can document the detailed process flow activities in process manager as per BPMN 2.0 standards. BPMN 2.0 is stands for stands for business process model and notation 2.0. And as per BPMN 2.0 notations, okay, which is a globalized or no, which is a globalized language to document the process across the globe. So where by following those notations, we should be able to create the process flow diagram. So what are the core elements available in the BPMN 2.0? Before creating any process flow diagram as per BPMN 2.0 standards, what are the core elements available in BPMN 2.0 and how to create a process flow diagram? I'll explain you in detail what are the gateways available in BPMN 2.0, how to use them, how to understand them. Okay, so how to create a BPMN diagram, all those things will discuss as part of our training course. And we have after creating process model diagram as per BPMN 2.0 standards, Signavio also provides some capabilities in terms of generating some reports, okay, in process manager. So how to leverage the capabilities of process manager, and how to use the collaboration hub in the real-time scenario, I'll explain you in detail in our training session. Okay, so this is our training curriculum. Coming to the Signavio background of Signavio. Signavio was founded in 2009, based out of Berlin. Earlier, in the very initial days of Signavio, it was a business process management software. So it was like it just used to document the process or create a process flow diagram. That's it. Whereas later on, Signavio was acquired by SAP in 2021 and became SAP Signavio. Before that, before 2021, it was an individual entity which used to offer BPM capabilities, business process management capabilities. Okay, later on, the Signavio was acquired by SAP as part of their digital transformation projects. So SAP started migrating. Started migrating their database from ECC to S4. As part of that, to make the transformation journey successful and smoother for their clients, they thought to introduce this Signavio tool as part of their digital transformation journey. So, as part of that mission, SAP acquired Signavio in 2021. So, as part of this digital transformation project, SAP started enhancing Signavio by putting a lot of efforts and investing a lot of amount on R&D to understand the business challenges faced by the clients in the in the transformation journeys, and then shaped into the SAP Signavio transformation suite. So, as part of SAP Signavio transformation suite, they introduced a few solutions. Those are process insights, process intelligence, process manager, journey modeler, process governance. Let us discuss about these solutions which are offered by SAP Signavio. This is the Signavio transformation suite. Okay, as I mentioned, as part of this Signavio transformation suite. Okay, So we have collaboration hub. Once we log into the Signavio, we'll be landed into the collaboration hub. Okay, so let's discuss about this process insights first. Okay, process insights is a process mining solution. Okay, and it is a separate URL altogether. It is not part of this collaboration hub. As part of collaboration hub, we can navigate the process intelligence. We can access process intelligence, process manager, journey modeler, process governance, all these solutions, no, but not the process insights. Okay, so process insights is a separate URL. The client needs to procure the license for process insights separately, and using process insights, we can connect only SAP systems to process insights, and process insights tool automatically extracts the data and calculates the performance indicators which measures the process performance, and it provides the data or in detail analysis related to 7 end-to-end processes only. Those are procure to pay, order to cash, plan to fulfill, acquire to decommission, governance, finance, idea to market. These are only the 7 end-to-end processes which Process Insights can give us. We should use the Process Insights tool as it is. We cannot customize anything. We cannot, if you want to mine some hire to retire process to understand your hiring issues, okay, so you cannot do that. We cannot mine that extra process. Okay, or if you want to customize any performance indicators, okay, so other than the tool provides, we cannot customize any process performance indicators. Whatever the tool provides, we can use those tools, those performance indicators itself, those processes itself. We cannot customize anything. To overcome these limitations, we have process intelligence here. We can connect to any system. Say for example, in a process, okay, say for example, let's take an example called procure to pay. Okay, in procure to pay process, we have a couple of activities involved. Okay, one is purchase requisition, purchase order, goods receipt, invoice receipt, invoice creation and payment. So just like procurement process I'm talking about, when we place an order to the supplier, sorry, yeah, when we place an order to the supplier, what are the issues we face in general while dealing with the procurement process. Okay, so is there any issue with the supplier deliveries? Is there any issues with the creating the invoice in your SAP system, or is there any issues with your payments system, payments process? So to identify those issues in the process, we mine the procure to pay process. Out of which, if the client is connecting their source system to get that say for example, we have purchase requisition, purchase order, goods receipt. Purchase order might be created in SAP. Goods receipt might be posted in some other system. Invoices might be posted in some other system. So using Process Insights, we cannot connect all the systems at a single place, right? We cannot visualize the entire process in a single dashboard. So to overcome this issue, we can connect any system in process intelligence, and we can visualize the end-to-end process together. Okay, and how the process is flowing, how many number of activities are involved. So those can be visualized by connecting different source systems at a single place. Okay, so we can get the as is process, how their process is happening currently. Okay, how the activities are being executed currently can be visualized using process intelligence. Okay, we can mine any process whatever we want. If you want to mine high to retail, you can do that. If you want to mine issue to resolution, you can mine that process as well. If you want to mine some insurance related process, banking related process, so to identify the issues, basically process mining is a solution to understand or to identify the business process and to identify the bottlenecks in the process, which helps the business to overcome their issues. Okay, so for example, in the insurance companies, for example, from paying the premium to till the claiming process, if the clients are suffering with the support from the insurance companies, where it is lacking, Okay, to improve those areas by the organization, insurance company, they'll mind their process and they'll identify their process, how it is happening currently, and how can we improve this process. Okay, so to overcome these issues, to identify the bottlenecks in the process, the Signavio tool helps the client to understand their issues in their process. As part of that, process intelligence is the powerful tool which helps the business to connect to any systems, okay, and to identify or to customize the processes and the performance indicators in the processes, which helps the business to perform the root cause analysis. Okay, after that, whatever the process you identify using process intelligence, that can be documented in process manager. Okay, by creating a process flow diagram, you can document, okay, how how many number of activities are involved in your process, and how those activities are being executed in your process can be documented using process manager. Okay, and coming to the journey modeler, you can create a journey model diagram, okay, for your stakeholders such as suppliers, customers, employees. These are your stakeholders. Say for example, let us take an example of customer journey. Okay, how your customer journey looks like in your organization. Okay, how you are getting the leads, out of getting after getting leads, how you are executing the conversion of lead into the sales. After converting into sales, how you are providing the how you are delivering your products to the customer. Are there any issues among all these activities? Okay, in terms of deliveries, in terms of providing any service from your end to the customer, is there any issue happening, okay, from your end, in terms of providing the quality product or delivering providing some services to the client. So to understand all these issues in your customer journey, the journey modeler will help you to model your customer journey map and map the activities and identify the touch points in your customer journey map. So coming to the process governance helps to manage your compliances, internal and external compliances. Okay, so every organization has their own compliance rules, right? So just give me a second. So process now every organization has their own compliance rules, right? When it comes to banking, so they have a lot of compliances in from the government or RBI or any regulatory acts. So while posting any transaction into their source system, one needs to follow those rules and regulations prescribed internally as well as external bodies such as our government bodies or professional bodies. So the process governance helps the business or the helps the organizations to manage those tasks and to imply those compliances, whether the users are following those compliance rules and regulations or not. To to assess all those things, process governance helps the business. Okay, so if there are any approval workflows in the business process, the process governance and the automation, okay, they can automate their approval workflows to some extent. Say for example, if any invoice to be approved by their senior manager, so we can automate these repetitive tasks to some extent, and whatever the task which cannot be automated using process governance can be automated using other RPA tools, robotic process automation tools, and those can be integrated with Signavio to monitor how the tasks are being executed. I mean, in terms of approvals, automated approvals, how those are performing. Is there any issue with this? So those can be done using Signavio transformation. So this is the complete transformation solution which help the business to identify their business process and understand their bottlenecks in the process, and sorry, and helps the business to document their business process and um, create a process flow diagram to understand their map and to manage their tasks and to provide the solution to the issues in the process. So this is the complete transformation suite is being offered by Signavio. Okay, so coming to the collaboration hub is the place where every stakeholder of the business process can come come to one place and can collaborate to each other to streamline their business processes. Okay, by providing their thoughts at one place. Okay, someone might be, some resource might be at some place, some resource might be at some other place. So everyone can come to one place and can comment on the business process and can provide their thoughts to streamline their business processes. So I'll explain you in our training session how these tools are helpful for the business. Okay, let us go to the go to the tool. I'll give you the tool demo. Before going to the tool demo, uh, let us try to understand the benefits of process mining or Signavio. So using Signavio, organizations can visualize their end-to-end business processes and understand their business processes, how those business processes are being executed currently, and at a very granular level or at an user level, how their business processes are being executed, and which helps them to identify the issues and which helps them to adapt the improvement solutions. Okay, which can reduce the cost and which can speed up and streamline their business processes, and which can improve the customer satisfaction, and which can uh, help the business for continuous process improvements, and which can improve the compliance by detecting non-compliant processes or frauds. Say for example, by mining their process using Signavio, they say for example they have identified that they are not able to receive the goods from the supplier on time. Okay, there is some issue with the on-time deliveries from the supplier. So what will happen generally? Due to these late deliveries, the production will be delayed. If we receive the goods late, the production process will also be delayed, right? So if the production is delayed, the production downtime increases, and the machinery idle time increases, and labor idle time increases, which which will increase the cost of the material, right? So which will automatically or which will lead to the customer dissatisfaction, because we'll deliver the goods late to the customer, which impacts the organization's revenue directly. So just because of one issue, it is impacting the entire business processes. Not only procure to pay, it is impacting your production process, it is impacting your sales process. So to identify such kind of issues, the Signavio tool helps the business to understand their process and to identify the issues or bottlenecks in the process. And thereby, business can take the improvement solutions to overcome these issues. So before going to the Signavio tool, do you have any doubts so far? Silence means acceptance. Everything is okay.
One one quick question, sorry.
Yes,
Um,
yes.
yeah, so when we talk about compliance and all, is it company specific, country specific, region specific? Do we have to take trainings of those compliance as well, like
Uh, it can
audit
be anything.
and okay,
Yeah, it can be anything. If if there are a lot of compliances internally within the organization, or externally by which are prescribed by the external bodies such as
mm, Government of India
RBI,
or Government of,
some
yeah,
government
ministry,
bodies or professional bodies. So it
right?
can be any compliances. We can define those and we can monitor whether the users are following those compliances or not.
Okay, all right,
Yeah,
done. Thanks.
I think. Yeah, I think Kishore Paint. Is it technical or functional? Okay, so let me give you any coding involved. One more thing he asked. Okay, so yes, coding is involved. We have Signal here. Signal stands for Signavio Analytics Language, which is similar to SQL. I'll teach you how to understand that signal language. Okay, so what are the syntaxes to be learned? So I'll not go into deeper because it will mess up everything. So I'll explain you the syntaxes which are required for us. Okay, and I'll provide you the documentation in future. If you have any queries related to the syntaxes, you can go through that. But before going to learn the syntaxes, first we need to understand how it works and all, right? I'll teach you step by step how to understand those syntaxes, and I'll give you the web platform where you can practice yourselves. Okay, so which helps you to get hands-on experience on the coding. So it is not that much complex as you feel. Okay, you need not to worry about that coding. Is it technical or functional? So this is not like technical or functional. The thing is, moreover, the Signavio tool helps the businesses, to understand the to understand the business processes and to connect their source systems. And we need to capture their data from their source system to our Signavio, and we need to create a dashboard where one can where one can understand their process performance and analyze their process performance, how the process is performing and where we need to improve. So it's moreover the management kind of management tool where the management can take the decision to improve their business process. Okay, it involves both functional and technical, but as part of Signavio project, we not alone do not involve in the project. So it involves lot of resources. Okay, we need respect to source systems. So if they are using SAP, we need SAP consultants help to understand their business process and to understand their table structures, how their data is storing. Okay, and we will be there to write the transformation code. Okay, to transform the data and to create the dashboards. Okay, there are GPOs or business process owners and respective tool expertise, and we will be there to mine their processes. So it does not only involve the Signavio consultants who should work on all this stuff alone. Okay, it involves couple of resources. Okay, so where we need to get the entire business process structure at a single place. Okay, hope it answers your question. Does it answer your question, Kishore?
Naren, one more thing actually. So, am I audible?
Your voice is not clear. I think we are getting some disturbance. Yes, sure.
Yeah, Naren. So, as you mentioned earlier, like there is SQL requirement and what is the signal requirement is there. So, you told like signal requirement, you will give a pre-text course or something, cheat course or something else. So, is there any requirement to learn SQL as well? Right?
I'll teach you.
Basically, I'm a chartered accountant. So, in my case, actually, I'm not a technical background, right? So,
Yes.
I didn't
Yes.
understand that coding or other thing else. So, is it suitable for me? Like, I thought it was a functional consultant and it's a management. It comes under a management program, like improvement of process improvement, all these things. So, does it suitable for me? Like, what do you think of it?
Absolutely. Absolutely suitable. Let me tell you,
And
I'm
currently,
a
I'm
Bcom
working
grad.
on SAP and Oracle as an end user. So, I'm just giving
Yeah, yeah,
this.
yeah, yeah. That is more than enough. I think the reason being, I'm a Bcom graduate. You're you're a CA, CMA. Okay, you're even more higher than me in terms of qualification. So it
No, no,
it
I think
no
qualification doesn't matter when you're using
no
technology,
no
right?
no no no. My point here is that nothing much no technicalities here. I'll teach you step by step. Okay, so in terms of understanding the SQL as well, what are the syntaxes available and how I'll guide you to understand those syntaxes and how to write those syntaxes and all. So after understanding the signal itself, we will go into the process intelligence. Until that point of time, we will not go into the process intelligence.
Yeah, and
Okay,
also
nothing.
I gone through like your pamphlet actually previously what you have shared. I think your staff has shared with me. So in that course schedule, like there is no SQL session or there is anything. So
Yeah,
we could
signal
cover.
is
We are
nothing.
going to cover those things as well.
Yes, yes, definitely. Let me show you.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, here you can see signal code. Signal stands for Signavio Analytics Language, which is similar to SQL. Okay, so I'll teach you the basics of signal code, and I'll teach you how to create the queries using signal code. So this is the curriculum here. Okay, so not SQL I'm going to learn, but I'll teach you what are the syntaxes available, and I'll guide you how to learn those signal syntaxes. Hope it's clear now.
Yeah, little bit much better. Even languages, yes.
Yeah, so you need not to worry about the technical part. I'll teach you those signal part and all. So how to understand those syntaxes and all. Okay, okay, fine.
Go on.
Yeah, so fine. I'll demonstrate the Signavio tool now. Please bear with me for some time. Hope you can see my screen. Once we log into the Signavio tool, we'll land into this page. Okay, this is the collaboration hub page. Okay, so once we land into this collaboration hub page, from here we can navigate to other solutions of Signavio, such as process intelligence, process manager, and all. Okay, so let me show you what is process intelligence and how does it look like. Okay, so this is the front end investigation dashboard. Okay, where we can visualize the processes and where we can visualize the dashboard process flow, and the dashboard where we can have the KPIs, different KPIs and all. So let me show you how it looks like. Once we mine the process, we'll be able to visualize the process like this. Okay, so like this, how the process flow, how many number of activities are involved in the process, how those are executing, which activity is coming first, which activity is coming later. Okay, which activities, how many number of cases are there or transactions are there for each and every activity. The process flow can be visualized like this, and we can visualize the KPIs like this: how many number of purchase orders are there, what is the value of those purchase orders, how many number of invoices are there, out of which what is the average cycle time to complete the entire process, and what is the automation rate for this process. Okay, how many number of activities are automated, how many number of activities are being executed manually. So what is the on time delivery rate. So like this, is there any late payment rate. So we can visualize the KPIs, whatever we want to visualize, we can visualize using the dashboard. Okay, where we can create various KPIs. Okay, so by going through these KPIs, we can understand, say for example, we have late deliveries. Okay, we have 24% of late deliveries. If you want to understand for which suppliers these late deliveries are high, you can visualize like this: vendor by volume and late delivery rate. Top 10 vendors who are supplying the goods late. Okay, the first supplier is Arco. So they are having highest number of deliveries. Okay, so we can go to that supplier and negotiate with them that, hey, you are not able to deliver the goods on time. Why you're not delivering, why you're not able to deliver the goods on time? Is there any issue with your internal process, or from the next order onwards, will you be able to deliver the goods on time or not? If not, let's go to the other vendor. Okay, so like this, we can drill down our analysis into the very granular level and understand where the issue is happening exactly, to understand, to identify the exact pain point area. Okay, so to visualize this, to create this dashboard and to visualize these values or KPIs in the front end, first we need to connect our source system to Signavio, right? Then only we'll be able to establish the connection with the respect to source system, and we will be able to extract the data from respect to source system. It can be SAP or Oracle or any other system where they are recording their transactions. We should connect those source systems to our Signavio, and we should extract the data into our source system and um, start writing the transformation code. Okay, so before going that, so these are some available connectors available in Signavio process intelligence to which we can directly connect. Okay, we have connector for SAP system and success factors, ServiceNow, Jira software, and we have connector for AWS Athena, Google BigQuery, Snowflake, Azure Data Lake, SAP DataSphere. When it comes to databases, we are having connectors for SAP HANA, SQL, PostgreSQL, MongoDB. So these are the available connectors. For those not available, the connectors are not available, we can connect using this ingestion API. Say for example, if you see here, we don't have any connector for Oracle DB. Okay, so that means we cannot connect. Yes, Sham, you raised your hand, right? No. Okay, fine. So I think it's
Shanti, our line. No, 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 no. Yeah.
yeah, fine. Thank you. So, uh, so for those connectors, okay, which are not available here, say for example, Oracle, if you want to connect with the Oracle database, because client is recording their transactions in their Oracle database. So if you want to connect your Signavio system to the Oracle database, you can be able to do that using this API, ingestion API, and using this we can connect with the external API, and where the external API is nothing but the middleware where the Oracle DB and Signavio interacts with, and using that API we can start extracting the data into our Signavio database. Like this, we can be able to connect with any source system. Okay, whether the connectors are available or not, we can set up an external API and we can start connecting with the respective source system. After establishing the connection here, we can extract the data from respect to source system to our Signavio database here. Okay, we can start extracting the data from our Signavio respective source system to our Signavio database. Now if you see here, after extracting the data, you can monitor whether the data extraction is successful or not in the logs. Okay, if the data extraction is successful, then we can use this raw data which we have extracted into our Signavio database using the process data pipeline. Process data pipeline is the place where we can where we can write the transformation code to transform the raw data into event log data. Since Signavio does not identify the raw data directly, it only identifies the event log data. So to transform that raw data into event log data, we need to write this transformation code. Okay, so first we need to define the activities or events in the process, what can be happened in the process. Say for example, in a procure to pay process, what we are talking about. See, there might be purchase requisitions might be there, purchase orders might be there, goods receipts might be there, invoices might be there. So how the purchase requisition creation happen in the source system, and how we can understand, or how we can identify the respective event in the source system. So to do that, using the transformation code called signal code, we can transform this raw data into event log data by writing this transformation code. Okay. After writing this transformation code, by triggering this ETL or TNL, then we'll be able to visualize the dashboard, whatever I've shown you just now. So by triggering this TNL, we can be able to visualize the process like this, whatever I've shown you. Okay, so these are interlinked. So to visualize this process, we need to first connect with the respective source system, and we need to extract the data, and we need to transform the raw data into event log data. Then only we'll be able to visualize this process in the front end. how to connect the source system and how to extract the data, what are the different options available while extracting the data, and how to write the transformation code using signal code. I'll explain you in detail in our training session. Shan, any doubts? Okay, fine. So this is all about the process intelligence. Any doubts so far? No? Fine. So we have one more solution called process manager as part of Signavio. Okay. So if you see here, as part of Signavio process manager, we can document our process. As I mentioned, how to document that process. Let me show you by taking an example. So like this, we can create a process flow diagram, okay, by mentioning how many number of activities are involved in the process and how those activities are being executed. And for each and every activity, we can mention who is responsible for this activity and who is consulted for this activity, who is informed for this activity. Is there any risks for this activity? Okay, for those risks, is there any controlling measures which can prevent the risks? Okay, so those can also be documented here, and you can maintain which IT system is being used to execute this transaction. So those can also be documented here, and you can also mention, or you can also give the link to the SharePoint where you can find the detailed documentation about this activity. So you can also maintain how much cost it occurs, okay, how much cost it takes to execute this particular activity, and how much time it does it take to execute a particular activity. So those can also be maintained here, which helps the business to generate the different reports. Okay, say for example, we have here we can generate the process documentation, governance report, process cost analysis. By maintaining this cost here, this will give us the detailed report where you can find what are the no, how much cost it takes or it consumes for each and every activity, and which leads to how much, what is the total cost to execute the entire process. Those reports can be executed here, okay, in the process manager. You can also generate the RASI metrics, like who is responsible for which activity, who is accountable for which activity, and which department is responsible, and all can be reported, or can create the report in detail report here. So I'll explain you in detail how to create this process flow diagram as per BPMN 2.0 standards, and how to maintain the detailed documentation as per BPMN 2.0 standards here. After creating the process flow diagram as per BPMN 2.0 standards, how to generate the reports and using the process manager and all, I'll explain you in detail. Okay, so this is all about the Signavio tool. Okay, so any doubts so far? No? Okay, fine. So basically, the Signavio tool is being used for two purposes. Okay, one is for digital transformation journey, and another is for continuous process improvements. Okay, so as part of digital transformation journey, it helps the business to understand or to identify their processes in the current system, and to identify the activities in the current system, and to finalize the activities, and to map those activities with the to be state of process in the to be system. Okay, so for example, if they are migrating from ECC to S4, it helps the business to identify their process and activities in the ECC system, and which helps the business to make their transformation journey smoothful by creating a to be state of process which they want to visualize in the S4 process. And based on that, the business can take the actions to improve their processes in S4. By doing that, they can overcome those issues which they are facing in the current system like ECC. Okay, so that is why the Signavio tool is being used in the digital transformation journey to identify the current state of process. And second way of usage is continuous process improvements. Okay, so as part of this continuous process improvements, after migrating to one system, if they want to settle down in that system, uh, if they want to monitor their process or business, how their business process is performing, is there any issues over the period of time? If they find any issues in the process mining tool, it helps them to identify where they are having the exact pain point area, and which helps them to take the improvement solutions, and which leads to the streamlined processes ultimately. Okay, so this is the usage of Signavio tool. And scope for Signavio is there is a lot of potential for Signavio tool to be adapted. The reason being, we have total 35,000 customers for SAP, out of which only 5,000 customers have fully migrated to S4 HANA from ECC, and newly 20,000 customers have been added to SAP. They are also they also want to migrate from their existing system to S4 HANA. So that is why there are a lot of migration projects are going to come. So that is the reason there currently there are 3,000 customers are only using Signavio. So that is why there are a lot of potential for Signavio tool. Okay, as part of the transformation journeys. So anyone can learn Signavio, if they are from IT background or non-IT background, if they are graduated or post-graduated, they can learn Signavio to have the rewarding career. So it helps them in their career to get more salary or to get more rewarding career. Okay. So these are some job profiles for Signavio in the market, such as a solution architect, consultant, analyst. So we can get such kind of job profiles in the market. So coming to the Signavio customer portfolio, if you can see, there are different types of customers. Customers from pharma industry, customers from banking industry, customers from agro-based industry, customers from oil and gas industry. So we have customers from a wide range of industries here. So everyone or anyone can adopt the Signavio solutions to identify their processes and to mine their processes, to identify the bottlenecks and issues in their processes, and which help them to improve their business process over the period of time. So yeah, that's all from my end. Any questions so far? No.
Naren, thanks. Sorry, it takes some time. Uh, just a quick question. Will we get how about the study material? And accessing the study material, downloading the study material, will it be lifelong access? Can we go and practice or look up for help? How does that work?
Yeah, coming to the study material, I'll provide you the PPT or the documentation for whatever we are going to discuss in our training session. Coming to your practice, we have a 1 month free trial. I'll provide you that 1 month free trial. After that, again, you need to renew with the new email ID. Okay, I'll renew it and I'll give it to you.
Okay,
Okay,
all right.
yeah.
Thanks.
So, and also I'll share some links from Signavio as well, where you can go through the detailed documentation of Signavio. Okay, so no,
Done.
you need not to
Done.
worry about the documentation.
Done. Thank you.
Okay, so if you still have any doubts, please let Naveen know, so that we'll align accordingly regarding Signavio. Okay, so yeah, thank you everyone for joining. Okay, have a nice day, have a nice weekend. Bye.
Thank you.
We can use this.
Okay, fine. I think you have attended the demo, right?
Earlier?
Earlier.
No, this is the first time.
Or is it? Okay, fine. Okay, so have you gone through the demo? Recorded demo?
No, no.
Okay, fine. Fine. I'll briefly explain about the Signavio, what it does and all. Anyway, fine. Thank you, Jaspal.
It will be better actually if you can explain that what are the different components in Signavio and what you are going to cover and what you will not cover.
Okay, fine. I'll explain. Okay, and before going further, let's take the introductions of Samarendra and Amit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, Naveen. Yeah, so I'm the ABAP consultant. So in my company, also they have introduced the SAP Signavio. So it's totally new for us. So that's why I just got come to know from that expert soft is is providing the training for that one.
Okay,
So
fine. So I think you have also not attended the demo.
no, this is my first one. I did not I did not got a demo video as well.
Okay, fine, sure. And Samarendra?
Hey, hi, sorry. You're asking anything?
Yeah, so can you please introduce yourselves so that
Okay.
everyone can know
Yeah,
about?
I'm working in the SAP functional side, SAP Treasury consultant from last 10 years,
Okay.
and presently in Bangalore. And Signavio, this is the first session I'm going to attend.
Okay.
Thank you.
So yeah, fine. Thank you for your introduction. So let me explain you about the Signavio first. So then we'll jump into the tool. So yeah, just give me a second. Let me open the screen. What's up? Just a moment. Okay. Let me share my screen. Please let me know once you can see my screen. Okay, so hope you can see my screen.
Yes.
Yeah. So fine. As you know already about myself, I'm a certified as Signavio and certified as FI consultant and certified Celonis and SAP Belt. And as part of this training, okay, which helps you to implement the real-time scenarios on your own, okay, and it helps you to understand the business processes, what is a process and how to understand them. While capturing the requirements from the clients, you will be able to understand, what type of questionnaire we need to prepare and we need to ask them, and how to understand their business process and how to replicate the same events or same activities in the Signavio, okay, with the signal code. So in Signavio, we have a technical language called Signal, okay, Signavio analytics language. Okay, so I'm going to teach you how to understand that signal code and what are the different types of syntaxes available as part of that signal code, and how to practice that. After getting hands-on on the signal, then we'll jump into the process intelligence, and then I'll explain you what is the features of process intelligence and how to write the transformation code from the scratch using the signal code. I'll provide you the 1 month free trial access for practicing, and and also I'll share the data set with you, which you need to upload into the process intelligence, and you can start writing the transformation code on your own using that data set, and which helps you to ready for the certification exam. Okay, so and as part of Signavio, we have two types of certifications available. One is process data analyst, which is purely focusing on the process mining part. As part of Signavio transformation suite, we have different solutions available in Signavio. I'll explain you in the next slide. But coming to this certification, three solutions are covered as part of this process data analyst, process insights, intelligence, and collaboration hub. So this purely focuses on the process mining part. Whereas we have one more certification called business process consultant. Okay. So as part of this certification, it covers the process manager and process governance and journey modeler related topics in this in this certification. Okay, you need to take it separately. So it is offered by SAP, and just like other SAP modules, you'll have to subscribe for this with the 18,000 rupees is there, right, for getting subscription for this. So with GST, you will have around 21,500 for each and every examination. If you take CER06, which is having 6 attempts, okay, you'll get it at around 53,000 or 54,000. As part of that, you can get 6 attempts. If you fail once, you can take 6 times also. Okay, so not only for Signavio, as part of that CER06, you can take any other SAP exams as well. Okay, so whenever you're going to appear for the certification exam, I'll guide you how to book the exam slot. As part of our training, okay, so these are the topics to be covered. Okay, so I'm going to explain you the what is process mining. From there we will start our session. Okay, what is process mining, and how that process mining technique got evolved over the period of time, who introduced this process mining into the market, and what is the reason for this process mining technique. Okay, so after that, I think you are all from the SAP background. I'll not spend much time on SAP overview, but I'll brush your skills. Okay, what is SAP and what are the different data types we have? We have configuration data and master data, transactional data, right? So we'll just go through for very less time. I'm not going to invest much time in this module 2, and discuss about the manufacturing industry generally, how the manufacturing industry functions, and what are the different types of business processes are being executed as part of the manufacturing industry, which helps the organizations to drive their day-to-day business operations, such as production, sales, and all. Out of which we'll take one process, that is procure to pay process, as a business case study. We will discuss in detail about this procure to pay process, how many number of activities are involved in this procure to pay process, and how to understand them, what might be the bottlenecks we have in this procure to pay process, using the Signavio tool, how to identify those issues in the procure to pay process, such as maverick buying, changes, reworks. Okay, so how to understand them, what type of issues we have in the procure to pay procure to pay process, how the Signavio can identify those, and using which tables and fields we can identify each and every activity. Unless we feed something to the system, how can the system know that this is the event, these are the issues which you are having in your database? So the system cannot understand, right? So we need to understand how to identify those events and all. I'll explain you in detail how to understand them, and how to capture the technical details and all. After that, using process mining tools such as Signavio, how the Signavio can help the business in terms of realizing the value. Okay, how the Signavio can benefit the organizations to realize good amount of value. If they are investing $1 million on the tool, how can the system or how can the tool Signavio can help them in terms of maximizing, or in terms of getting some benefits out of it, right? So I'll explain you how to understand that, and we'll jump into the Signavio tool then. And as part of this Signavio tool, we'll start with the process insights. I think that has not been written here, but we'll start with the process insights tool, which is a plug and play tool. I'll show you how the tool looks like, because in the process insights tool, we need not to do anything. We need not to write any code there. If you can connect your source system to the process insights tool, which is a plug and play tool, the tool automatically extracts the data and captures the processes and calculates the process performance indicators and gives us the recommendations. We need not to do anything. We just have to use the tool as it is. Okay, but here we have some limitations for process insights. Okay, so I'll explain you in the next slide. Okay, so I'll show you the process insights tool. I have access, so I'll show you that tool, how the tool looks like, and how to understand the tool and how to use the tool. I'll explain you in detail. So after that, I'll teach you how to understand the signal code and what are the different types of syntaxes available in the signal code, and how to practice that. Once we get hands-on practice on this signal code, signal is similar to SQL. I'll guide you how to practice the SQL there. If you can understand that, then you will be able to understand signal code easily. Just give me a second. So, sorry. After that, once we get hands-on experience on the signal code, and once we understand that, then we jump into the process intelligence solution, where we need to where we'll discuss about the connection part, what are the different types of connectors available, and what are the different templates available, how to write the code from the scratch, okay, using signal code. Okay, I'll involve you while writing the transformation code. I'll share my screen and provide you the access, so that you should write in front of me, and I'll guide you how to write the transformation code from the scratch, and I'll assist you, or I'll support you while writing the code. Okay, so then you will be able to understand how to write the code. Okay, so after that, we will create a front-end investigation dashboard using different widgets. We have we need to define the KPIs, right? Key performance indicators. Then only we'll be able to understand how the business process is performing, right? So to create to analyze all those KPIs, key performance indicators, we have Signavio provides some widgets, such as value widget, breakdown widget, overtime widget, process conformance, process discovery, and all. So how to understand each and every widget, and how to write the transformation, how to use the signal code to create the widgets. So I'll explain you in detail to build the investigation dashboard where the business can perform the analysis. Then we'll jump into the process modeling part. Okay, so I'll teach you what are the core elements of BPMN 2.0, how to understand them, how to remember those core elements while creating a process model diagram as per BPMN 2.0 standards, how to understand them, okay, how to define or how to distinct the roles and responsibilities using pools and lanes, and how to define the activities, how to maintain the detailed documentation, how to use the decision points using various gateways. So we have exclusive gateway, parallel gateway, inclusive gateway, and all. So I'll teach you each and every core element of BPMN 2.0 standards. BPMN is a process modeling language, which is a internationally recognized standards language. So as per BPMN 2.0 standards, we can if we can follow those rules, that is the proper BPMN 2.0 diagram. Unless we follow those rules and regulations, it will not be the BPMN diagram. Okay, so I'll teach you how to remember them and how to create a process flow diagram as per BPM and 2.1 notations. I'll train on all these topics. Okay, then once we create the process model diagram as per BPM and 2.0 standards, then how to use or how to leverage the capabilities of process manager. Okay, we have one more solution called process manager in Signavio, and as part of this process manager, how to use the process manager capabilities such as importing, exporting features, or comparing the revisions or comparing the diagrams as is process with the to be process, or revisions, different revisions of the same diagram. How to compare those diagrams and how to use the collaboration hub. Okay, process collaboration hub is the place where every stakeholder of your business process will be involved and collaborated in the collaboration hub page to create a reliable process model diagram, current state of process, to create a current state of process, reliable current process flow. The collaboration hub is the place every stakeholder comes to the one place and interacts to each other in the collaboration hub to define and to create a comprehensive process flow diagram. Okay, and also in terms of making the discussions or debates on process improvement, the process collaboration hub will be helpful. How to use this collaboration hub and all we'll discuss. So as part of this training, I'm not going to cover the process governance and the journey modeler. Other than those two, we are going to cover these process insights, intelligence manager, and collaboration hub. Okay, hope it clears now. It is clear now. Any doubts?
Now, as of now, what is Signavio is not clear clearly.
I'll explain you. But as part of our training, you asked me, right, what are the topics to be covered? So that is why I'm explaining this.
So what you will not cover, but one is the process governance and second
Journey modeler.
Okay.
Journey modeler, customer journey map creation. So if you know this BPM and diagram, the journey modeler is easy, but we don't have license for that, so that is why. Okay. So coming to the background of Signavio, the Signavio was acquired. That was the independent organization founded in 2009, based out of Berlin. This was a BPM tool, a BPM software. Okay, using this Signavio earlier, the clients used to maintain or used to create the process flow diagram. That's it. They didn't have the Signavio didn't have the capabilities of process mining and all. Okay, so over the period of time, Signavio was acquired by SAP in 2021 and became SAP Signavio. So the reason for this acquisition is, as you know already, nowadays a lot of migration projects are there who are migrating their legacy system from ECC to S4. As part of that, to identify the business processes for their clients and to understand the issues in their business process in the existing SAP ECC system. Based on that, the client will adopt the improvement solutions as part of the S4 system. Before migrating to SAP S4 HANA, the client will go through all these issues which they are facing in the ECC system. Based on that, they'll adopt the improvement solutions which are offered by S4 HANA, or some improvement solutions might be from the external one. Okay, so basically, the Signavio tool helps the organizations to identify or to understand the business process and to identify the activities involved in the business process, and it helps the businesses to identify the bottlenecks or issues in the process. Let's take an example. Okay, we have procure to pay process. So since Signavio is a business process management tool where we mine the process using Signavio process intelligence, procure to pay is one process, right? As part of procure to pay, we have different activities, right? Such as create purchase requisition, create purchase order, create goods receipt, create invoice and post invoice and clear invoice. For each and every activity, we might have the approval workflows as well, right? So how the workflows are being executed, and how those activities are flowing. Say, for example, sometimes we may have direct procurement or indirect procurement in the process. Sometimes the process might start with the purchase requisition and then purchase order. Sometimes the process might be started with the purchase order itself. Sometimes the process will be started with the invoice itself. Are you getting my point? So in how many number of parts or in how many number of ways your process is as per your data in your organization. Okay, so say for example, if the invoice is getting created directly instead of having PO in place, okay, if they are creating invoices directly without PO, what is the issue? If it is the direct invoice without having any reference, something is fishy. Without having any requirement, why you are creating, right? So sometimes we might not need to have the invoices. We might not need to have the POs for all the invoices. That depends on the type of the material which you are procuring, such as stationery items, pens, or some other stationery items like that. So very small items. For those, PO is not required. Whereas to procure the raw material which is used in your production process, the PO is required, right? If you identify that the to procure the raw materials also, you're not maintaining or you're not creating the PO. What is the reason for that? Why you're not following the robustic process? Are you getting my point? So which is process inefficiency, right? So to identify such kind of issues, after PO is getting created, how many times the PO is getting changed? What is the reason for that? If you have 1 lakh POs created in this current year, if you made 20,000 changes for 20,000 POs, you made the changes. That means you are, you are creating the PO and you are making the changes to your POs. What is the need of that? Why you're making changes? Why you're investing? So for making changes, user needs to invest 5 minutes per PO. That means you are, one FTE is purely focusing on only making changes for your POs. Why you're wasting your money on making changes? What is the reason for that? Is this due to your human errors? Why can't you automate that PO? Or why can't you, keep some thresholds or tolerance limits? Or why can't you, create PO with the proper structure? So to identify such kind of issues, Signavio will be helpful for them. Say, for example, if you're not able to receive the goods from your supplier on time, what is the reason for that? How can you identify without having process mining, right? Signavio will be helpful for the business to identify such scenarios that, if the goods are not being delivered on time, what is the impact on your process? That will impact your production process, right? If you are not able to receive the goods on time, your production process will be delayed. If your production is delayed, your machinery idle time will be increased, your labor idle time will be increased. That is indirect cost you are incurring. And if you are unable to receive the goods, your production process is getting impacted, and which is leading to your deliveries as well. You're not able to deliver the goods to your customers on time. What is the reason for that? Just because of not receiving the goods on time, you're not able to produce your goods on time, you're not able to deliver the goods to your customers on time. Indirectly, you're losing your customer reputation, right? So to understand what's happening in your process, where you are having the exact pain point area in your process, Signavio is helpful for the client. Now, is it clear, everyone, why the Signavio is used?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll show you the dashboard as well, how it looks like and all, so that you can get the clear clarity about that. So as part of that, Signavio was acquired by SAP in their clients migration is to identify the business processes and to have the process mappings in the fit to standard workshop. In the explore phase, the Signavio tool is used. So to make it usable and to journey, Signavio, SAP invested a lot of money on this tool and made a lot of R&D to transform this Signavio tool into the transformation suite. Okay, as part of the Signavio transformation suite, the suite consists of a couple of solutions such as process insights, process intelligence, process manager, journey modeler, governance. Okay, so these are the solutions offered by Signavio transformation suite. Once you log into Signavio, the collaboration hub is the landing page. From here, you'll be able to navigate to other solutions such as intelligence, manager, journey modeler, governance. So process insights is a separate URL altogether. Once you procure the license for process insights, Signavio will provide you the separate URL, and you need to log in using your SAP user ID, okay, which is a BTP platform. Okay, business technology platform. So using process insights tool, the SAP systems can only be integrated with process insights tool. Not it cannot connect with, it cannot be able to integrate with the non-SAP systems. Connect with the SAP systems. Once you connect your SAP system with the process insights, it extracts the data from your source system and it calculates, it captures the 7 processes. It gives you the data for 7 end-to-end processes such as source to pay, lead to cash, acquire to decommission, plan to fulfill, idea to market, finance. Okay, so these are the processes, governance, one more thing. So these are the 7 processes which process insights can capture the data. Okay, so if you want to customize other processes, if you want to mine hide to retire process, for example, it cannot mine because we need to use this tool as it is. Using this process insights tool, we can get the quicker insights into the SAP data. So that is the purpose of this process insights. Based on the data it extracts and based on the processes it captures, it calculates the process performance indicators. So for those process performance indicators, it automatically identifies the blockers based on your competitors' performance. Okay, say for example, if you're having automation rate of 20% or 30% for your invoice creation, okay, so for your competitors in the same industry, they might have the automation rate of 70%. That means you need to improve by 40%. So that is why the tool might show you that create invoice, automation rate for create invoice would be the blocker for you. Okay, for that blocker, system automatically provides you the recommendations to improve that problem, to overcome that issue. Okay, so say for example, if the automation is lacking for that, for example, it provides you the innovation recommendation. We have 2 types of recommendation. One is correction recommendation and second one is innovation recommendation. Correction recommendation is nothing but by making configuration settings in your SAP system, you can overcome that issue. That is correction recommendation. If if it is the innovation recommendation, you need to invest some money to some amount to buy the intelligent technologies. That kind of that is the intelligent technology such as automation. Okay, so if you can procure the license for automation tool, then you can automate your task and you can start adapting the improvement solution and you can start improving your business process. That is innovation recommendation. I'll show you in detail in our training session. Okay, so how the tool looks like and how it captures and how to understand the data and all in our training session. So coming to the second, another solution, as I mentioned, process intelligence. The process intelligence is a pure process mining solution. Whatever the limitations the process insights is having, which is it can only connect with the SAP system. It cannot connect with the non-SAP system. But process intelligence can connect with any system. It can be SAP or non-SAP system. Okay, using process intelligence, you can mine whatever the process you want. Okay, so you using process intelligence, you can build the dashboard whatever the way you want, whatever the KPI you want. You can create the investigation dashboard using process intelligence solution. Okay, So this is the this is the process intelligence. I'll show you the tool as well, process intelligence, now, so that you'll be able to understand. To create the investigation dashboard and to mine the process, we need the expertise of signal code, which is similar to SQL. I'm going to teach you how to understand that signal code, and what are the syntaxes available in signal code, and how to practice that, and everything I'll teach you, because you can learn anything. Okay, so I'm also the functional guy from BCom background. Could learn this technical, right? So you can also learn. You are far more better than me. That is what I'm thinking. Okay, fine. So whatever the process which process intelligence could identify, that process can be modeled as a process flow diagram in the process manager as per BPMN 2.0 standards. Basically, process manager is the place where we can document the business processes in detail. Okay, you can maintain the documentation for your process at an activity level. Okay, say for example, in the procure to pay process, you can create a process flow diagram with all the sequential activities. Generally, what is process? Collection of multiple activities, sequential activities to achieve a single goal or multiple goals. That is process, right? As we can define that process in the process flow format using as per BPMN 2.0 standards, and we can document the process at an activity level. How to do that? So, for example, you have the activities involved and you have created a process flow diagram for procure to pay, for example. Create purchase requisition would be the first activity, and create PO item would be the second activity, and goods receipt would be the third activity, invoice would be the fourth activity, payment would be the final activity, for example. As part of that, you can maintain the documentation in process manager in such a way that, say for example, you have purchase order. Okay, you can click on that purchase order. You can maintain the documentation that in using which IT system this particular purchase order is being posted or is being executed. Okay, so what is the which IT system is being used to post this transaction? So for example, in the procure to pay, purchase requisition might be created using Ariba. Purchase order might be created using SAP, ECC, or S4. When it comes to inventory management, they might use different types of inventory management tools such as Scopa, other warehouse management kind of thing, kind of tools, right? Which is more useful for the clients. As per their requirement, they might adapt their inventory management tool, right? When you receive the invoice from the supplier, them or some of the clients might use might receive the invoices from the supplier using via mails or via hard copies and all. Some of the clients might use the vendor invoice management tools such as OpenText, ReadSoft, Basware to receive the invoices from the supplier. Once you receive the invoice from the supplier in any format, that will be verified by the accounts payable department in three-way format, right? Three-way check will be performed. Okay, as part of three-way check, accounts payable department performs these three they check purchase order, actual goods receipt, and the invoice sent by the supplier. After that, invoice will be created and posted into the SAP system, right? So those IT systems, unless you you maintain the documentation for these activities, how can we understand which IT system is being used, right? So we can maintain the IT systems being used in the process, and for each and every activity, say for example, if they are using SAP system to post the PO, you can also maintain the transaction code, using which transaction code in SAP this particular purchase order is getting created. Okay, is there any Fiori app available to create this purchase order? Okay, if you have any detailed documentation available in your SharePoint, you can provide your SharePoint link as well for your activity. So by clicking on that link, that will be redirected to your SharePoint, where anyone can access your document. Okay, detailed documentation. Okay, so you can also maintain the cost related details. Okay, how much cost it how much cost does it consume, does the task consume to complete that particular task? Okay, how much cost and how much time it will take to post the transaction in your source system. Okay, you can also maintain the risk and controls. Okay, that means whenever, say for example, if you are having create PO, for example, you might face some difficulties in creating PO sometimes. Say for example, sometimes SAP system might not be working fine, okay, in the real-time scenario. So due to that, the users are not able to post the transactions into SAP system. Due to that, this is getting late to send that PO to the supplier and to receive the goods from the supplier, right? In that scenario, that is the risk might happen, right? So for this risk, there will be the controlling mechanism, right? So what is that control mechanism? You can also document these risks and controls, right? So in the production process, what if the machinery is not working fine, if some machinery breakdown happens, okay, what would be, this is the risk you might have in the production process. What is the control mechanism for that? You can also maintain all these, you can also document all these details in your using this process manager solution. Okay, clear? Any doubts?
So this will be covered, like you have covered the business process model. So are we going to cover the mining also, data mining?
Yes. So the process intelligence is the mining part. So that is what I've explained to you. So here I'm going to teach you signal code, how to write that and how to understand that, how to remember the syntaxes, how to write the code from the scratch and all. I'll teach you in the process intelligence.
Okay.
So after that, while creating the process model diagrams as per BPMN 2.0 standards, how to remember the core elements of BPMN 2.0 and what is the importance of process manager, I'm explaining here.
Okay.
Fine. So we have other solutions as well, journey model and governance, so which we are not going to cover as part of our training. But journey modeler is to define or to create your customer journey. Okay, so in each and every touch point, how you are getting the leads, for example, in your customer journey, if you are introduced with that particular customer, how you are getting introduced with that particular customer, how you are getting the leads. Okay, so in each and every phase, what is the feedback from your customer? The feedback might be stored somewhere in your database, right? So how your feedbacks look like and where you are lacking, by going through those feedbacks, you can be able to understand why the customers are not satisfied with your services or products, right? So at the time of leads, how many number of leads we are getting and getting converted into sales, how many number of leads are getting converted into sales, and why the unconverted sales, or why the how the customers are feeling about our products or services. So you can define each and every touch point in the customer journey map and analyze where the business is lacking, where the business needs to improve. Okay, so whereas we have one more solution called process governance. To use this solution, process modeling, BPM and diagram. Oh, sorry. Hi, Gunjan.
Yes. A quick question for SAP Journey Modeler. Is it something like CRM tool?
Not CRM tool. This is not to maintain your transactions and all. This is just to analyze how your customer journey is. Just to visualize how your customer journey is and to create the customer journey map and to analyze your touch points. Okay, in each and every phase, how your customer is feeling about you, your services and products. You can create a customer journey map here.
Thanks.
Yeah. So and to use the process governance as a solution, so process modeling is the base for this. Okay, once you create the process model diagram as per BPMN 2.0 standards, that will be that should be compatible as per process governance capabilities. And then you can this is process governance is used to manage your tasks. Okay, day-to-day business tasks. So you can define your compliances, okay? Process compliances. Compliances can be internal compliances or external compliances. A business itself might, organization might itself has internal compliances in terms of workflows and all, right? So whether your users are following, your business is following the compliances which is prescribed internally and externally. Externally means the compliance rules and regulations prescribed by the government bodies or external professional bodies. Okay, say for example, in the banking industry, the bank needs to post their transactions as per the rules and regulations prescribed by the RBI or some other professional bodies, right? So to manage all these tasks, the process governance is helpful, and to some extent you can automate your approval workflows as well. Okay, so this is all about the Signavio transformation suite. These are the benefits of.
So sorry, you are not going to cover these two, na? I think.
Yes.
Can you go to the previous slide?
Yes. I'm not going to cover this. I'm going to cover these.
The Signavio journey modular and the process governance. These two we will not cover.
Yes. So we are going to cover insights, intelligence manager, collaboration hub, and all. So these are the main topics of Signavio actually. In the real-time scenario. Yeah, sorry.
So what about this process, SAP process automation?
It just, in the process governance, we may have a workflow accelerator where we can automate the approval workflows. Okay, so we can automate some basic workflows using process governance and the support of process governance actually. So if you want to automate some repetitive task using some other automation tools such as RPA tools, you can also integrate those with the Signavio to monitor how your workflows are being executed and all. Okay, so that is why I just mentioned that process automation. Okay, fine. So benefits of Signavio or process mining. So once you if you can integrate all your systems with the process intelligence and mine your process, you'll be able to visualize your end-to-end business processes in a single dashboard, right? So you can it will give us the end-to-end understanding of the business processes, and we can reduce the cost. Okay, so by identifying the process inefficiencies, which helps the businesses to adopt the improvement solutions and improvement areas, and which help the organizations to reduce their cost. Okay, and which will speed up and streamline the business processes, and which will improve the customer satisfaction, as I mentioned, by taking an example of on-time delivery, for example. Okay, if you are able to receive the goods on time from your supplier, you will be able to produce your goods on time, and you will be able to deliver the goods to your customers on time, which will improve your customer satisfaction ultimately. So Signavio also helps the organizations in the continuous process improvements. Okay, and also it helps to it helps to improve the compliance by detecting non-compliant processes or fraud. Okay, so let me show you the tool so that you will be able to understand clearly. Just let me know if you can see my screen of Signavio.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. So this is the Signavio process intelligence. Okay, so here these are the investigation dashboards. Okay, so for example, let us take this, as we have been discussing about this procure to pay. So just let me show you the tool how it looks like. So for example, we can be able to visualize the process flow, how your process is, and how your cases, how your transactions are flowing. Okay, in which part your processes, your activities are flowing, or your transactions are flowing. Okay, so if you see here, these many number of deviations are there in your process. If you increase more, these many number of activities you have in your process, which are not required as part of your process. So for example, you are creating PO, again you are updating the PO. So out of 255, it is happening for 1. Since this is the dummy data, so this count might be low, but in the real-time scenario, you can find more count. Okay, so you have updations, deletions, and some process is not there. Say, for example, PO is getting created first and then PR is getting created next, rather than PR should be created first and PO should be created later. So which they are not following the process properly. Advance shipment notice is we are receiving the advance shipment notice from the supplier, and we are receiving the goods and invoice, and after PR is getting created, again PR is getting updated. Okay, so these are all the activities which you have in your process as per your data. Okay, so
Now,
yes.
is this specific to any manufacturing unit, or is it is for every process? The Signavio.
Signavio can be adapted by any industry. It can be service, it can be manufacturing. We have insurance companies who are using Signavio. We have banking companies who are using Signavio. Not only manufacturing. See, every organization, mostly every organization runs on processes, obviously, right? So, for example, if you look at the insurance company, they have insurance claiming process. If you have banking industry, they have bank accounts opening or loans processes. If they want to optimize their loans processes, okay, so first they need to identify how their process is being executed, right? So not only for manufacturing, it can be adapted by any industry.
Okay.
Okay, we have customers for Signavio who are using who are from banking industry or insurance industry who are using this Signavio tool.
Okay. So is any in this process we
Sorry.
can have selection of multiple process. I mean, banking, insurance sector, everything will be there, or how it works?
I didn't get you clearly. Sorry.
No, no. In this process, there is a manually already defined solution will be there in Signavio.
No, 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 no. See, this is not about the solution. First, we are trying to identify how your process is in your legacy system. Okay, so how your process, how you're having your process in your legacy system, how many types of problems you have in your data in your process, and what the solution. See, there might be solution architects from the client side, okay, who will suggest them how to improve their business processes. So they'll take the call ultimately, but here our role is to let them understand how their process is flowing and what type of problems they have. So this is one widget which I'm showing you. Just give me a second.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
this is one process which I'm showing you, the one widget which I'm showing you how their process is. Okay, so how their process is flowing actually. Okay, let me show you other dashboard, for example. Here you can create the widgets. Okay, say for example, how many number of POs you have in your organization for a certain period, what is the PO value, what is the automation rate you have, what is the average cycle time to complete your entire procure to pay process. Say for example, they are taking 13 weeks, 6 days. So, but they set the target of completing within 7 days, but they are completing this process within 13 weeks. Why they are taking this much of time to complete the process, where we are lacking? Then you can deep dive your analysis, drill down your analysis to the next activity. Say this is the complete process execution type, whereas you can drill down your analysis to the next level, where you can create a few more widgets with, say for example, from creation of purchase requisition to creation of purchase order, how much time it is taking. From creation of PO to receive the goods from the supplier, how much time it is taking. From receiving the goods from the supplier to create the invoices. Okay, so how much time it is taking. If there are any approvals, how much time it is taking to approve the invoice by the respective approval. What is the average cycle time? And after that, how much time it is taking to make the payment towards the supplier. Then you can identify the exact pain point area where you're lacking, right? then you can focus on that particular area and you can deep dive your analysis, drill down your analysis to the next level. For which purchase organizations you are having this issue, for which plant you are having this issue, for which suppliers you are having this issue, for which users you are having this issue, right? So let me show you that as well. So for example, you have on-time delivery rate as 75% here. Okay, let me deep dive this. So you have late deliveries as 24%. Okay, so they set the target of having late deliveries less than 5%, but they are having 24% late deliveries. Okay, so due to this late deliveries, as I mentioned, they are having production issues. Machinery idle time is getting increased, and the labor idle time will be increased, and the deliveries to the customers will be delayed. Okay, fine. So here you have identified that issue. So 24% is the late delivery. So for which suppliers you are facing this issue? Okay, what are the top 10 suppliers for which the late deliveries are happening? This is the major supplier for you who is who is supplying the goods regularly. Okay, this is the major supplier. For this supplier itself, you are having this issue. So you cannot go, you can go to the supplier and you can negotiate with the supplier that why you are not able to deliver the goods on time. Due to this problem, I'm facing these many number of issues. You can go to your supplier and you can negotiate with the supplier, right, to deliver the goods on time, right? So rather than breaking, you can maintain the proper relationship with the client by negotiating with the client. Negotiating with the supplier, right? So you can drill down your analysis to the next level. You can also get the case details as well. Okay, so how the change rates are there, how automation rates are there. Let me show you the detailed one. Here you can see we have automation rate for each and every event. Okay, so for example, we have automation rate as 0 for all the activities here. So for example, let me show you one case here. As we have seen, average cycle time is 13 weeks. Where it is happening? Okay, if you see this, from receiving the goods to till the invoice creation, it is taking 13 weeks. So here it is lacking. So in most of the cases, what happens when after creating the PO to receive the goods from the supplier itself, it will be delayed. But here, after receiving the goods itself, to post the invoices in your database, it is taking a lot of time, 13 weeks. The reason might be you might have received the invoices from your supplier in your through your email, but you are not aware of that. So later on, that might be that might have come in the December, but you are aware of that invoice has come to your place in January. Okay, so that might be the reason here why this is taking 13 weeks here. So if you can automate this process, this can be reduced, right? So like this, we can analyze each and every dashboard and each and every event or activity in your process. You can also get the case details for which, so what is the PO number, vendor number, and the cycle time for each and every PO number and all. You can get the details here. Okay, so like this, you can create the investigation dashboards using process intelligence. Okay, you can also, as I mentioned, you can also get the details, PO details and all. Clear? Any doubts? No? Fine. So this is the process intelligence where you...
Sorry.
Yes.
Those things which, when we will do this process diagram, are we going to get all the data from the SAP S4 database, or it will be our configuration?
Yes. You are right. Sorry, I forgot to share those details. So to build this investigation dashboard, we need the data, as you mentioned. So first, we need to connect the source system from where you are getting, you are posting those transactions, right? You say, for example, you are using SAP system to post all these transactions. First, you need to connect your SAP system with the Signavio process intelligence. Okay, connection is the place where you will, you will have to connect your SAP system with the process intelligence. Okay, so here is the place. here you can see various types of connectors available in your process intelligence. For these systems, you can connect directly without having any APIs. Whereas for those systems for which we do not have the connectors, for those we can set up the external API, and you can you can be able to integrate with the respective source system. Okay, these are some available connectors. I'll explain you in detail in our training session. Whereas source data is the place where we extract the data from the respective source system to our Signavio database. Okay, here after extracting the data, then go to the process data pipeline. Here we start writing the transformation code using signal code. Here, this is the code to define the to define these events. Unless we feed the events to the system, how can the system identify that this event is happening, whether it is happening or not, right? So we will define all these events. Okay, well, it can be creations, modifications, deletions of each and every activity. We have to feed that. Okay, and using that data, we can be able to visualize the data here after writing the transformation code. Okay, then that needs to be transformed into the front-end investigation dashboard by performing the T&L. Okay, once the T&L is successful, then the data will be dumped into the front-end investigation dashboard. Then you will be able to visualize this investigation dashboard, which I have shown you. Clear now?
Yeah.
So this is all about the process intelligence and how to how to understand, how to extract the data from source system, and how to write the transformation code, and how to create the front-end investigation dashboard using various widgets. Okay, these are the widgets available. For example, let me show you. These are the widgets available, how to understand these widgets. Okay, so how to create the different types of KPIs using these widgets, and how to perform the analysis and all, we'll discuss in detail. Okay, so whatever the widgets we are seeing here, those are all the widgets. Okay, using these widgets itself these KPIs have been created. Okay, how to create all this, we'll see in detail in our training session. So if you click on the process manager here, that will be redirected to the new page. Okay, where you can see the process manager. Here you can create the different types of diagrams for value chain, business process diagram, organization chart, all those things. Okay, so a value chain is the diagram where you can define your organization's taxonomy from level 0 to level n number of levels. Right, so and also we can create the process model diagram, which is very important. Okay, which should be created as per BPMN 2.0 standards. As I mentioned earlier, this is the process documentation, how we can maintain the documentation for the process. See here, this is the procure to pay process flow diagram. Okay, which we have created as per BPMN 2.0 standards. Okay, let's see whether it is as per BPMN 2.0 or not. This is as per BPMN 2.0, no errors are there. So how to create a process model diagram as per BPMN 2.0 standards, how to follow the rules and regulations while creating this process model diagram. Okay, how to use these roles and pools and lanes to to distinct or to differentiate the responsibilities, roles and responsibilities in an organization. Say for example, for procure to pay process in an organization, there might be a couple of multiple departments are involved, right? Such as procurement, warehouse, accounts payable department. So the procurement department is responsible for all these procurement related activities. Okay, so procurement department is responsible to create the PR and to select the vendor and to create the PO and to send that in PO to the supplier. Then warehouse department is responsible to receive the goods from the supplier and for the quality check. There might be quality management department as a separate department. The quality department might look into the quality check, and if there are any defects, those defected goods will be returned back to the supplier, and the accounts payable department is responsible to handle the invoice related transactions, right? So here you can maintain the documentation by specifying the IT systems, and by taking the decision, by mentioning the, or by representing the decision points. And also you can maintain the documentation for each and every activity, like by maintaining these attributes here. So you can maintain the who is responsible for this activity, and who is accountable for this activity, who is consulted for this activity and informed for this activity, and using which transaction code you can, this particular activity is getting posted as per your current process, and is there any Fury app available for this activity to be posted, and do you have any detailed documentation available in your SharePoint. That SharePoint link can be given in the documentation link here. So if any user of this process manager wants to deep dive, or wants to know more about your activity details, how your activity is being executed, say for example, if you are creating the PO with different, while creating any PO, you might have detailed compliances, right? The user needs to post the transactions by following the rules and regulations, by checking the details while creating the PO, right? So what are those? Okay, if you want to know those details in detail, you can also maintain the documentation link here. By clicking on that, they'll be redirected to the SharePoint. Okay, so they can get the in detail explanation about the particular task here. Okay, and we can also maintain the cost details and the execution time details. How much time does it take to post this particular activity? How much cost does it consume to post this particular activity? We can maintain the details. Cost center related details can also be maintained here. So which will be useful to leverage the process manager capabilities in terms of generating the reports for governance, process cost analysis, resource consumption analysis, modeling conventions, RASI metrics, to generate the RASI metrics. So to generate all these reports, these documentation will be helpful. Okay, so once you are maintaining, once you have created this process model diagram, if you can generate the process documentation, that will be documented. Okay, and you'll be able to see the detailed documentation, and you can maintain in your database or in your SharePoint. So like this, you can have the documentation visibility, how your process looks like, what is the diagram, and what are the elements you have in your process, what are the activities you have in your process for each and every activity, what are the attributes maintained for that particular activity, and who is responsible for that, and which department is responsible, and all. You can get the detailed documentation here. Okay, and also you can import the documents from other BPM tools to Signavio to leverage the capabilities of Signavio, and you can export the diagrams into various formats such as the SGX, BPM 2.0, XML, PNG, SVG, PDF. So which you can by downloading, by exporting this diagram, you can share it to others as well. And you can compare your current state of process with the to be state of process using the compare revisions or diagram feature, which we'll see in detail in our training session. And how to leverage this how to simulate the BPM diagram. What is the simulation? Generally, simulation means, see, this simulation capability helps the organizations to perform the what if analysis. Say for example, if a task is going through one path, okay, what is the current cost, what is the cost being occurred to the organization if the organization is having, or if a task is flowing through this path. Okay, if a case is flowing through this path. Okay, if you can remove, if you can eliminate the undesired activities in your process, how much cost is going to be reduced, how much time is going to be reduced if you can adopt the improvement solutions. So that what if analysis can be performed before adopting any improvement solution, such as automation tool or any other improvement solution. This simulation capability helps the organizations to perform the what if analysis, and what is the current cost they are incurring, what is the current time, execution time they are incurring, and how much they are going to reduce Okay, so that analysis can be performed using simulation capability. So we can share this diagram to the process collaboration hub page, where instead of providing this write access to or edit access to the all the users, whoever are the stakeholders of the business process should also be collaborated with the IT and the business department. Then only the comprehensive reliable process flow diagram will be created, right? So then based on the current state of process, the the compliance rules will be imposed. The compliances can be adopted by the uh, organization, right? So that is why the collaboration hub is the collaboration is the important between business and IT and the stakeholders of the business process. Clear so far? Any doubts? No? Fine. Let me jump into the. So hope you can see the PPT.
Yeah, yeah, yes.
Sorry. You have any query, Samarinder?
No, actually, in the previous screen, you have some coding over there.
Yes.
Is that actually technical or what else?
No. See, that is signal code. I'm going to train you how to write that code from the scratch using Signal. Okay, I'll teach you to get hands-on practice on the SQL. Okay, so you need not to worry about that. That is the code written by Signavio itself. So I'll teach you in the simpler way. Okay, nothing complex there. Okay, so they might have written 50 lines or 60 lines. The same code, the same output, I'll give you within 10 to 15 lines. Okay, I'll show you that. Okay.
Okay.
So that is all about the tool. Okay. So hope you can see my presentation, right? Okay. Okay, fine. So coming to the usage of Signavio, generally Signavio is used for two purposes. One is for one is in digital transformation journey and as part of continuous process improvements. Okay, so when it comes to digital transformation journey, that is migration from one legacy system to another system. Okay, so as part of the migration projects, the Signavio tool is used to understand the existing process, how their process is being executed, how many number of activities are there, what are the issues they have in the existing system. To overcome those issues, what are the solutions to be adapted as part of the new system. So for example, from ECC to S4, in ECC, how they are having their business processes in the ECC system, and how their processes are executed, how many number of activities are there in each and every process, and what are the problems or bottlenecks we have in the process, and what are the solutions for this. For these problems, will S4 give us the solution, or do we need to adopt any other solution? So by going before going into the S4 system itself, this will help the business to have the comprehensive improvement areas, to identify the improvement areas here. Okay, and one more thing is which is also helpful for the businesses in these migration projects, to map their current process with the standard process, means to be processed as part of fit to standard workshop in the explore phase. Okay, and whatever the process which you have identified using process intelligence, that will be modeled in the process manager as per BPMN 2.0 standards. Whatever the process model we create in the process manager, that will be used in the asset life cycle management tools to map the processes and to monitor the process related activities in the asset life cycle management tools, such as solution manager or cloud ALM, like that. So this is the uses of Signavio in the migration projects. And also, once you have your tool in hand. Okay, once you are using the S4 system in live. Okay, as part of that, the issues might not go away overnight, right? This will, the improvements will happen over the period of time. Okay, by adapting the different improvement solutions, right? So this Signavio tool is used to monitor your process continuously, how your process is performing and how your activities are performing, how your KPIs are performing, how to improve that. Is there any, if you want to generate some exception reports using VOLAP tables, you can generate those reports, and which will be helpful for the business to, identify the issues in your process and to adapt your improvement solutions. So this is the usage of Signavio. So coming to the Signavio, there are a lot of scope for Signavio, in terms of a lot of migration projects are going to be kicked off, most probably in this year. Okay, the reason being SAP is going to stop their services for ECC customers in December 2027. So as part of that, SAP is already having 35,000 customers who are using ECC, out of which around 5,000 customers only have fully migrated to S4HANA from ECC so far. Okay, so that means remaining 30,000 customers should be migrated, should migrate their databases from ECC to S4 before December 2027 itself. So as part of that, as per Gartner's research, there are 20,000 customers who acquired S4 license in 2022, out of which 12,000 customers who are net new customers. Those might be, who might be transforming or migrating from other ERP tools to S4 HANA. They might be using Oracle or Microsoft Dynamics, other ERP tools. From those ERP tools to S4 system, they might be migrating. In that also, we have a lot of scope for Signavio in terms of migrating the projects to identify their tasks and activities in the existing system. Okay, and there are 8,000 customers who have taken license for S4 who are using ECC already. Okay, so they have not started their project, but they have just procured the license. Okay, currently we have around 3,000 to 5,000 customers who are using Signavio, not more than that. But I think everyone is hoping that from 2025 itself, the lot of migration projects are going to be kicked off. So coming to who can learn the Signavio, anyone can learn the Signavio who are graduate or postgraduate to jump to get into the IT world, and they can get the rewarding career in the process mining tool, process mining technology. And the candidates who are already having experience in other domains also can learn the Signavio. It is more helpful for those who are already working as process mining consultants on other tools such as Celonis or some other tools can also learn the Signavio. The reason being, the process mining tools nowadays widely used in migration projects, mostly in SAP migration. If the client is using SAP system, then blindly they opt for Signavio rather than others. The reason being credibility of the product. Okay, so that is why it's if they can learn this Signavio, process mining consultants who are working on other tools can also learn this Signavio to get a good career or rewarding career. And the SAP consultants who are involved in the migration projects can also learn the Signavio to get dependency in the project and to get a better edge than others who can involve from the scratch in terms of identifying and mapping discover phase. Let me tell you, discover phase, from discover phase itself they can get involved in the projects and they can get a dependency in the project, they can create that. So BPM consultants who are working on other BPM tools such as MS Visio, Adonis, Aris can also learn the Signavio tool. By learning the Signavio, not only the BPM capabilities, but also they can acquire the process mining skills as well, which helps them to get the good career in their life. And RPA consultants who are working as RPA consultants can also learn the Signavio. The reason being, in nowadays, for every RPA consultants who want to move from one organization to another organization, most of the companies are asking them to have the exposure of process mining, any process mining tool. If they can learn the Signavio, Signavio is a little easy when compared to other tools to learn the process mining. If they can learn the Signavio, they can be able to understand the business processes and how the business process is is executing. Not only to automate the process, if they can understand how the process is performing or executing, it will be easy for them to understand why they are automating the process. Okay, so that is why they can get good rewarding career if they can learn this Signavio. And the business process owners who are working from the client side who can also learn the Signavio to introduce the Signavio tool in their organization and to get benefits of the Signavio or benefits of BPM capabilities in their organization, to document their business process and to mine their process and to have to visualize the issues in their process, which will make their life easier. So after getting trained on Signavio and certified on Signavio, you'll be designated and onboarded into the following roles. Okay, you can be designated as process analyst, process consultant, process manager, process improvement specialist, process automation engineer, process architect, solution architect, process optimization manager, process governance analyst, process transformation lead, and Signavio consultant, senior consultant, associate consultant, lead consultant, whatever. So you'll be designated as any following profiles. Coming to the portfolio of Signavio customers, you can see here, as I mentioned just now. So we have these customers with for Signavio. So for example, we have Hilti. Hilti is a construction company who is also using the Signavio tool to understand their business process and to mine their business process to understand their issues in their business process. And based on the issues which they could encounter using the Signavio tool, they can improve or they can optimize their business processes. Right, so it can be any industry. This ILT is a construction company, ISDB is a banking company, Teva is a agro-based company, MacMed is a pharma-based company, MTF Biologics is a pharma-based company, SWH is an oil and gas company, and Springworks is a pharmaceutical company, Heller is a CNC mission manufacturing company, and Aristocrat is a entertainment application development company, KWS is an agro-based company. So if you look at these customers, they are diversified into various industries. Irrespective of the industries, they are using Signavio tool to identify their process and the activities and the bottlenecks in their business process. Okay, so that's it. This is all about the Signavio. This is altogether like demo. Okay. Any doubts so far?
Naren, if we start our career again, it will be beginning or how it is? SAP Signavio.
No. See, whatever the domain you have earlier, that will be definitely useful in Signavio. So based on your existing package itself, they'll give you. Not they'll not mention like you had this much package earlier and you have experience into different domains. We'll start your career from scratch. No, not like that. Since say for example, I'm from SAP. I've started my career into Celonis being a SAP expertise. Right, so I've utilized my SAP experience and expertise into this process mining domain. Okay, so not like that. Don't don't get confused or
So
you need not do that.
the average salary, how much that draws a Signavio consultant?
I can show you in my surroundings. I have my colleagues and friends, me also. Okay, so we have 30 lakhs, 40 lakhs, 50 lakhs, 1 crore in process mining domain. So the tool is like, management tool. It is okay. It will give huge benefits to the customers. Okay, if they invest something, they'll get in huge amount in return. Okay, so that totally depends on our caliber. That's it. How
Naren, you'll
yeah.
share this recording as well with us, right?
Yes, Naveen will share this recording.
Okay, sure. Thanks.
Okay. Does it answer your question, Summer?
Yeah, yes, yeah. You got it point. Again, what is the duration of this course?
It will be completed within 25 to 30 hours.
Okay. And will you provide this software access?
Yes, you mean access to the tool and all. Sorry?
Yeah, got it. Yeah.
So Naren, access to the tool will be only for 1 month, or it will be
Yeah, that
for
is pre-trial actually. So after 1 month, you need to renew the access with the new. I mean, not renewal. You have to create a new ID together altogether. Okay. So I'll
so
guide
what
you
is,
how to do that. But
what is
whatever the work you have done in the existing one, you can export into the new one. That won't take much time.
how much charges it is per month, like for continuing?
Free it is.
It is free.
Free.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I hope now it is clear in terms of what is Signavio and how it benefits the business. All
Because
those.
why I'm asking this question, Naren, actually, we are working actually. We want, sometime we might not get time to do all this. We might not. So this 1 month might scratch to increase to, might be some more than 10, might have to use more than 1 month to do some practice and all those things.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I'm flexible. You need not to worry about the timings and all. Let's see how it, if you can, let's discuss with Naveen regarding this, how to manage all those things. But, if, by attending this training, as I mentioned, you will come with the satisfaction. I can say that. Okay, in terms of understanding the tool and in terms of understanding the business process, in terms of understanding the language, programming language, which is Signal. So if you can spend, if you can take some risk and invest your time for some time, that will give you the good amount of output.
Oh. So it will be on Saturday, Sunday, 2 days, or
If it is weekend, yes, Saturday, Sunday.
okay.
If it is weekdays, then we'll take 1 hour a day from Monday to Friday.
Weekdays will not be possible actually.
Okay, fine. I'm just telling you how it will be. Okay, so no issues. Please be in touch with Naveen. For you as well, Gunjan, I think at 5 p.m. tomorrow. Actually, we thought to start our today's session also at 5 p.m. But unfortunately, at that time I was in another meeting, so that is why we have rescheduled to 6. Okay, from tomorrow onwards, for every session, we'll have from 5 to 7 or 6:30. Okay.
Then one more doubt.
Yes.
So this Signavio used only for when it is a migration project or it is a totally a greenfield implementation?
It can, not only in migration project, more useful for the migration projects in terms of understanding their legacy data, how their data is flowing. Whereas if it is a greenfield, in terms of mapping the process, okay, process mapping to the fit to standard, right? So, and in terms of continuous process improvements, we can use the Signavio tool not only in transformation but widely used in migration projects nowadays. So that is why I'm mentioning that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it is for all on-premise or cloud version, whatever may be released.
Which one? The connection part?
No, this is SAP is going on-premise is there and cloud version also there for implementation projects.
Oh, for ECCS, what you're talking about. Okay. So this is the cloud.
Okay.
Yeah. SaaS functionality it is. Okay. So clear. Can we meet tomorrow?
Yeah.
Any doubt?
No, actually, I am same as like you are commerce graduate, no technical knowledge.
Yes. You can take me as an example. You need not to worry. So that is why I mentioned in the starting of our session as well. So if I could learn this, why can't you? Simple. So being a functional consultant and being a SAP consultant, it is little easy for us to understand the business and to understand the technicalities and all. It is a little easy for us. Okay. I think Amit, do you have something or do you have anything doubts? Okay, fine. Let it be. Yeah. Let's connect tomorrow. Okay. And then
Sure.
yeah.
Okay.
Bye. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay. So Jispal, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi. Yeah.
Just I'm checking my micro.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Okay. Yes. We can hear you. So let's get started. Okay. So actually, we are waiting
Sorry,
for.
I was confused that I thought there will be no class.
Is it? Actually, I informed yesterday.
Because, yeah,
Oh,
there was no actually email. I checked half an hour before.
okay. Okay.
There was no email.
Okay.
So, I
No
was
issues.
working on my other laptop.
Okay. From the next time onwards, Naveen
Yeah,
and
no
team will
problem.
keep you posted on that.
Yeah, we'll update the calendar. Okay, we'll update the calendar and we'll follow the 5 p.m. weekends. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. First of all, thank you everyone for joining. Hello everyone. Yeah, let's get started with our session. So as I mentioned, we are going to discuss about these topics, agenda for our training. So as part of that, let's get started with the process mining introduction. So actually process mining. Yeah. Can you please? Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So coming to the process mining history, actually the process mining technique was introduced by Will Vander Alst and his colleagues in the early 2000s. Their agenda is to have the bottlenecks identification, or they just started this research and exercise to. Can you please be on mute? Okay. So yeah, sorry. So their objective was to have based on the data, they just wanted to identify the issues in their in any business processes. Okay. So they didn't think that that was the process mining technique, or the name that didn't they didn't name this technique as a process mining, but they just started their journey is just to get the identification of the bottlenecks in the business using the data. Okay, so kind of data mining kind of technique they wanted to introduce into the market, but later on they explored to the extent where they have based on the process itself, they came to one conclusion that every business runs on the processes. So why can't we take the data based on the process and analyze the data and identify the issues in the business processes? So then later on they have introduced a lot of techniques into the process mining technology. Okay, so as part of this technique, they used to get a lot of issues in terms of managing the workflows and identifying the techniques to manage the workflows, approval workflows, and all. Later on, they started introducing the various techniques where based on the data, how to capture the process related activities. So then they have realized that it's better to have the event based analysis. So for in any process mining technique you look at, it can be Signavio or it can be any other tool. So the data will be analyzed based on the event logs. So I'll explain you in detail what are those event logs, how we can capture those event logs, and to capture those event logs itself, we'll write the transformation code using Signal in Signavio, PQL in Celonis, and using various languages in various tools. So at that point of time, they started exporting or extracting the event logs based on the data and discovering the patterns, how the process is flowing, and how many ways the process is flowing, in how many number of activities, through how many number of activities the process is flowing. Okay, each and every case or each and every transaction, how those transactions are behaving in the process. So based on that, they started identifying the bottlenecks in the process based on the process data. So this was the little introduction about the process mining. So this was introduced in the early 2000s itself. Later on, over the period of time, the process mining technique got evolved to the extent where it can integrate with the BPM systems like Process Manager in Signavio. So the process mining tool can integrate with the process managing or business process management tools, and it can export these activities or events into the process flow diagram, and we can visualize the process, whatever the process mining could identify in the process flow diagram or process model diagram. To that extent, the process mining technique got evolved. We can integrate the process mining with the process manager, and we can monitor the live insights, how the how the KPIs are performing. Okay, whether it is in the red zone or amber or green, how that particular KPI is performing, how my process is performing, can be analyzed by integrating the process mining and the business process management systems. So as part of that, the business process manager in Signavio is the BPM, which which is part of Signavio transformation suite, where we can integrate the process intelligence, which is a process mining solution, with the process manager, which is BPM technique. Okay, later on it is expanded to the where it could introduce into the market with the process conformance widget. Okay, so not only process conformance, they have introduced a lot of widgets such as variant explorer, process conformance. So earlier we used to have only process discovery, as I've shown you yesterday, the process flow, how that process is flowing. But later on, over the period of time, the process mining technique got evolved to the extent where we can compare our current state of process with the to-be state of process based on the data, not with the process flow diagram. Based on the data, the process mining tool can compare the current state of process with the to-be state of process or target state of process. How, where do you want to go? How do you want to, what do you want to achieve? So you can compare your current process with the to be process. To that extent, the process mining technique got evolved. So and it can integrate with the machine learning capabilities as well. Let me explain you about my personal experience regarding this machine learning integration of process mining with machine learning. So when I was working in Celonis, we developed a app. We developed an app called Duplicate Invoice Checkerboard. We have developed that app using the machine learning capabilities by giving the fuzzy logics or algorithms, such kind of things. So in what probability the duplicates can be identified, duplicate invoices can be identified. So to that extent, the process mining technique got evolved. So using that particular app which we have developed, so the tool can identify how many number of possible duplicates are there out of lakhs of records, okay, out of lakhs of invoices, crores of invoices. What would be the how would be the duplicates can be identified? What are the potential duplicates? What are the possible duplicates? What are not duplicates? So the using machine learning capabilities, the process mining tool can identify the possible duplicates, kind of app we have developed. So to that extent, the process mining technique got evolved. It can integrate with the machine learning capabilities. And also we have process insights in our Signavio, right? So which is a plug and play tool. So if you remember, I have explained yesterday that process insights is a plug and play tool. By connecting our SAP system to the process insights automatically extracts the data based on the table structures, tables and fields. It extracts the data and it calculates the performance indicators automatically, and based on the performance indicators, it identifies the bottlenecks in the process, and it automatically gives us the recommendations to overcome those issues, which is AI driven. Okay, to that extent, the process mining technology got evolved over the period of time. Okay, so earlier the process mining technique used to be adopted by very limited industries. There was a myth that the process mining tool can be adopted by only manufacturing industry, and it is only suggestible only for few industries. But later on, lot of industries adopted this process mining technique to identify their business processes, to analyze their business processes, and to identify the bottlenecks or issues in their business processes. This process can be anything. So if it is a manufacturing, we may mine the production process, we may mine the plant maintenance process, we can mine the procure to pay, order to cash, accounts payable, accounts receivable. It can be anything. You can mine the processes using process mining tool. Whereas you can also mine the service related processes as well. It can be insurance claims process, it can be banking related process, it can be investment banking related process. It can be any industry. It can be manufacturing or service based industry can adopt this process mining tool to identify their business processes and to analyze and assess their business process performance. Coming to this, what is process mining? So far we have discussed about what is process, or how the process mining was introduced into the market, who introduced this, and to what extent the process mining technique got evolved. But what is process mining? First, we'll try to understand what is process mining. Process mining is a technique designed to discover the process, how many number of activities are there, how many number of activities are involved in the process, how those activities are being executed, in how many number of paths, in how many number of ways that process is getting executed. So later on, it will identify the bottlenecks in the process using the various widgets. Okay, so by defining the KPIs, we can identify the bottlenecks in the process and to implement the best solutions to optimize the process and monitor the continuous improvements by extracting the data from different source systems. So process mining technique is basically designed or used to discover the process and identify the bottlenecks. And based on the identification of the issues or bottlenecks in the process, this will help the businesses to implement the best solutions to optimize their processes and to monitor their process performance continuously over the period of time to achieve to streamlining their processes. Okay, to do all these things, to discover the process, to identify the bottlenecks, what are the steps involved in this process mining? So to discover and optimize the business process mining usually follows a series of steps. First one is, first we should be very clear in terms of which process to be mined. Okay, so identify the process to be mined, then identify the activities which are involved in the process, and identify using which IT systems these activities are getting executed or being executed in this process. After identifying all these things, what is the process to be mined, and how many number of activities are involved in the process, and using which IT system these activities are getting executed in the business process, based on the IT systems identified, based on the interactions we have with the GPOs, global process owners or business process owners, will identify the IT systems involved in the process, and then we'll connect the source systems to the Signavio, which is it can be any process mining tool. Here we are discussing about Signavio. So after identifying the system, we'll connect those IT systems to the Signavio tool, Signavio process intelligence. Then we will write the transformation code. This is the important one. After getting connected to this Signavio process intelligence, we will extract the data from the respective source systems. It can be transactional data or it can be master data, whatever we need for analysis. Okay, so we'll extract that data, and we will start transforming that raw data. So why do we need to transform this raw data into event log data? This is very, very important for any process mining tool. So the reason being, process mining tool or Signavio can only identify the event log data. Okay, so what is this event in one process? Say for example, procure to pay. Okay, in procure to pay, create purchase requisition is one activity or one event. Create purchase order is one event. Changes to the purchase order would be the next event. Deletion of the PO might be another event. Okay, goods receipt would be one event. Goods returned to the supplier would be one more event. Invoice creation would be one event. Invoice payment would be one more event. Whatever the possible activities are occurred in the business process, each and every activity will be called as event. Okay, so to let the system understand these events, since the process mining tool cannot identify the raw data, it only identifies the event log data. So say for example, in SAP, the data, not only in SAP, in any ERP system, generally the data is stored in the table format, tabular structure, right? As part of, it is stored in tables and columns and all those things, rows and columns, right, in the tables. So it cannot identify the raw data from the source system, which we extract by connecting the source systems to the process mining tool. It only identifies the event log data. To transform that raw data into event log data, we use signal code in Signavio. So how to transform that raw data into event log data? On what basis we will transform this raw data into event log data? We'll discuss in detail in our trainings, in our process intelligence training part. Okay, I'll show you the tool. I'll make you the practice. Okay, how to transform this raw data into event log data. Okay, how to extract the data. What type of strategies to be adopted while extracting the data. We'll discuss in detail. Okay, when we are going to discuss about the Signavio process intelligence. But as part of process mining technique, the raw data needs to be transformed into the event log data, because the process mining tool or Signavio cannot understand or cannot identify the raw data. It can only identify the event log data. To let the system understand in the language of event log data, we'll transform the raw data into event log data using signal code in Signavio analytics language. Fine. Then once you transform that raw data into event log data, that event log data will be dumped into the front end investigation dashboard, where we can start creating the dashboard using various widgets, okay, in the form of KPIs, key performance indicators. Okay, then only we can identify how the process looks like and what are the bottlenecks in the business process. We can analyze all those things by creating the widgets itself, right? To create all those widgets, this event log data is required. Okay, that event log data is dumped into the front end dashboard. Using that event log data, business will start analyzing the process performance by creating the various widgets. Okay, based on that, we'll analyze the process and identify the bottlenecks. Based on the bottlenecks or issues identified by the business process, they'll start implementing the best improvement solutions. Okay, say for example, if they identify that they need to make the configuration settings in their source system, which can help them to have the system hygiene. Okay, then they'll go for configuration settings. They'll make the configuration settings accordingly, which can help them to overcome that issue. Or if they identify that some automation tool to be adapted to overcome that issue, say they've identified that they are having very less automation rate for invoice creation, so then the business can adopt the improvement solution as RPA tool. Okay, RPA tool as the improvement solution. So they might procure the license for RPA tool, and they'll start adapting the improvement solution in terms of automating that particular invoice creation activity, which is a repetitive task. So over the period of time, they'll extract the data frequently, and they'll analyze the that particular KPI, how that particular KPI is performing over the period of time. After adapting this improvement solution, which is RPA tool, whether this KPI is being improved or not. If not, what type of improvement solution to be adopted again. So the business will monitor their business process performance regularly to streamline their business process. So by monitoring their business processes continuously and making the improvements based on the information provided by the in process mining dashboard or Signavio process intelligence dashboard, they can achieve an end goal of optimizing and streamlining their business process. For every business, their goal is to have the streamlined business processes in place in their source systems, right? So to achieve that goal, which will lead to revenue maximization and cost optimization or cost controlling. So this is the ultimate goal of adopting the process mining solution. Clear so far? Any confusion? Any doubts?
So, sir, thank you for this. No, it's very clear. But the one thing I need to know, so if all these data, which we will need to bring all the transactional data also, like, and the master data both.
Yeah, based on the scenario. Say for example, if you want to identify how the payment terms are getting changed in your transactions, okay, how do you get that payment terms? From the master data itself, right? Supplier master data needs to be
master. That is what because you transactional data is not small item, like it's a huge actually.
Yes. So we'll extract the transactional data along with the master data. So based on that data itself, we'll start analyzing how that KPI is performing, how your business process is performing. So it can be transactional data or master data, both. Yeah.
Because yeah, we have also extracted, but I don't know how much data we have extracted. Is it like whole database of S4 or just?
No, actually, what do we need to do here is whenever you mine the process. So basic thing is in any business, okay, usually they close their accounts every year, end, right?
Yeah.
So whether you mine the process for 1 year or 10 years, the result will be same.
Okay, yeah, that is what I am trying to understand. That if I extract only for 1 month or 15 days, that will be sufficient, or do I need to mine the
That
data?
no, mostly what happens in the real-time scenario, usually it's recommended or it's better to extract the data for 1 year. Then you can get the clear-cut picture of what's happening in your business. Okay, or second would be if there are any license limitations. Okay, so based on the license limitations, say for example, if the business has procured the process intelligence license, for example, Signavio process intelligence license for 1 million cases. Okay, so sometimes if you mine the finance process only, you can mine only finance process for that 1 million records in a year, right? That many number of huge records we may have in the source system for finance process. So if you want to mine all the processes parallelly, say for example, you have 4 processes to be mined. Okay, so if you have 10 lakh cases only in your finance process, which is exceeding your license, then you have to cut down your license. You have to cut down your data limit. You need to extract only for 3 months or 4 months.
Yeah.
Okay, totally depends on your license, and if the license is supporting, then you can extract the data of 1 year. Okay. Yeah, so that is totally,
and that will be all. We have to manage this through the dashboard. Yeah.
in these while extracting the data itself, or while transforming your data into the event log data, when you write the code itself, you can keep that filter there. So how many number of records you want to get. So once you transform, you will be able to see all those records as cases in your dashboard, in the process mining dashboard, investigation dashboard.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll show you and I'll clearly explain you during our process intelligence session.
Okay.
Yeah. So as I mentioned, whether you mine the process for 10 years or 1 year, the net effect will be same, right? So mostly in the real-time scenario, it's recommended to extract the data for 1 year and mine the process for 1 year. That would give you the clear-cut picture how your process is performing. Yeah. Fine. So yeah, using the process mining, these are the benefits which we have discussed yesterday as well. By connecting all these source systems, by extracting the data from all your source systems, with, to get that activity which is involved in your process, you can visualize the end-to-end business process, and you can understand the end-to-end business process. Okay, in a single dashboard, you can visualize the entire process. Okay, and which helps the businesses to reduce the cost and speed up and streamline your business processes, which improves your customer satisfaction. And the Signavio tool also helps the businesses in the continuous process improvements, and also it improves the compliance by detecting non-compliant processes or fraud. So I think you are from SAP, all of you. Gunjan, you are also from SAP, right? If I'm not wrong. Gunjan, can you confirm? No. Fine. Okay. I think Jesper and Samarendra are from SAP background. So yeah, the reason
I am actually from SAP, main like finance.
Okay.
But we are working on different systems. Like it is not only main is the Signavio we are using on top of this SAP S4. But SAP S4 is getting data from different sources, like 30-40 sources. So that could be Microsoft, that could be JD Edward also.
Yes.
So there are so many other systems also. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Why reason being why I'm asking this question is we are going to discuss about this SAP part as well. So that is why if different people join in the sessions, right? Some of them might be having experience in SAP, some of them might not be having experience in SAP. So that is why I just wanted to explain what is SAP and all. So that is why I'm asking.
Yeah. One thing I just need to clear from you: when we say system and we connect this, because we have different instances of SAP, yeah? One for just for grouping purpose, one for just managing the customers. So
I can.
if we extract the data for group and then we extract data from the billing system also, billing system is SAP ISU or something like that, then there will be any collision between the data, or it will be fine, like it will treat as a separate instance?
Separate instance, we have source system number, right? Mandate, for example.
Okay.
So that will be differentiated altogether.
Okay.
Okay. So, and one more thing, when I mention that the source system, it can be SAP or it can be any other system. It can be
So we
Oracle.
have Microsoft Dynamics also, like Business Central also,
Yes, it can be
and
any.
operational also. Yeah.
It can be anything, because in an organization, as you know already, so generally to execute one process, they might get the data from different source systems. They might use, say for example, if they are if they want to have some data visualization, they might in a procure to pay process, they might store the purchase requisition, purchase order in SAP. They might store the inventory related details in some other inventory management tools such as Copa. They might use different tools, right? If they want to get some users related data, they might use PeopleSoft. Are you getting me? So
Yeah.
in a single process, they might have different source systems. Say for example, whenever we receive the invoices from the suppliers, they might use vendor invoice management tools such as OpenText,
Yeah,
Readsoft.
we have like Vim also. Yes.
Yeah. So if if you want to mine all these if you want to mine a single process, you need to define all these activities, right? Then only you can visualize the end-to-end business process in a single process flow and in a single dashboard. Then only you can assess, or you can analyze, or you can calculate the KPIs. If you want to calculate the KPI called, say for example, after receiving the goods, how much time it is taking to receive the invoice. After receiving the invoice, how much time it is taking to create the invoice and posting into your SAP system. Then only you can identify what's happening in your process, in your organization for that particular business process. How you are managing your approval workflows, because you are receiving the invoice from somewhere and you are approving the invoice somewhere and posting into that system. Then only you can understand your end-to-end business process, right? Is this clear?
Yeah. And
So
then the P2P, when we say, like, say for example, this you have taken just example of P2P, like we have P2P on SAP also, and P2P on the as Microsoft Business Central also.
yes.
So those, there will be two processes. It means we have to mine.
No, say for example, being an organization, if you are having a P2P, procure to pay process, okay, at an organization, activities might be stored in different systems, but process is same for across the organization, right?
Yeah, they are same, but sometimes what happens, that based on the local requirements, and they sometimes the process little bit might be different. Say for example, in SAP S4 we may ask for ASN, yeah.
Yes,
But in
advantage.
the Microsoft Dynamics, they may not, because it is service based, so they may say that, oh, we don't need a ASN.
Okay, let me summarize what you are explaining. Correct me if I'm wrong. How your business process is generally, you in your organization. You have scattered systems which are diversified into different different geographical areas. You are maintaining your source systems based on your geographical areas, right? So in India, say for example, you are maintaining SAP system. Whatever the transactions you are posting related to procure to pay process in India, you are posting using SAP system. Say for example, you have your operations in US, for example, you are using some other ERP system such as Microsoft Dynamics. Okay, so that organization or the company which you're having in US, they are using Microsoft Dynamics as per their flexibility, right?
Yeah.
So being an organization, you have to connect this SAP system which you are using in India, okay, to this process intelligence. And also you have to connect the Microsoft Dynamics to analyze your business process which is happening in US. Then only you can assess how your business process is performing in your organization as a whole. Okay, so that will be differentiated based on your instance number. Instance number will be different in US, and instance number will be different in India, right?
It could be company code also, no?
Yes, it could be company code also. We can when I'm going to explain you as part of this process intelligence mining, we will write the transformation code in such a way that to differentiate that case ID. So then you will be able to understand how we can differentiate this PO number, or this can the transactions which are happening in your SAP as well as in Microsoft Dynamics. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. So let's discuss about this SAP. Okay, what is this SAP and how it got evolved, and how to understand the different data types in SAP. First of all, before going to SAP, first try to understand this ERP. Okay, so I'll just give you a glance. I'll not take much time on this. Okay, so earlier, when the digital technology didn't get evolved to this extent, most of the organizations used to maintain the decentralized systems using some offline tools such as Microsoft Excel, or maintaining the books of records using some hard copies in the notebooks and all, right? So at that point of time, there was no communication between two departments. So say, for example, if the customer comes to your place, and he might ask you for one product. So sales representative will be the first point who will interact with the customer. So he might have some data with him, okay, but as per his data, he might assure the client that they have the material in their godown. When the sales representative calls the inventory guy and asks whether the material is available or not, the inventory department might inform him that the material is not available in the godown. The false information the sales representative has given to the customer. So what will happen? Customer will not believe us, right? So due to this miscommunication, and due to this unrealistic data, so where they do not have the real-time data. So at the point of time customer representative maintained, at that point of time, he might have the goods in the inventory, but later on he might not have the inventory department might have issued those goods to someone else, which is the sales representative might not be aware of it, right? So to avoid such kind of issues, the ERP came into picture. Okay, let's try to understand. Based on the manner in which communication and data exchanged is managed, enterprise systems can be broadly classified as decentralized system, centralized system, which is also called as ERP, enterprise resource planning. So let's try to understand what used to happen when the businesses were maintaining this decentralized system. Data is maintained locally at the individual departments. As I mentioned just now, customer sales department might have different data when compared to the inventory department, warehouse department. So departments do not have access to information or data from other departments. What happened? In the first scenario, the customer approaches the sales team for a product. He needs the product on an urgent basis. The problem is, since it is a decentralized process, the sales team does not have any real-time information access to the product availability. So they approach the inventory or production departments to check the availability of the product. This process takes time and the customer chooses another vendor, leading to loss of revenue and customer dissatisfaction. This is one problem area with decentralized system. And in the second scenario, suppose the product is out of stock and the sales team approaches the production planning team to manufacture the product for future use. Here the problem is production planning team checks the availability of the raw materials required. In a decentralized system, raw material information is stored separately by production department as well as the inventory department. Thus, data maintenance cost goes up. Third problem would be when sales team checks a particular raw material required to manufacture the product, the raw material information is available in two different departments, inventory as well as production department. When sales team checks a particular raw material required to manufacture the product, it shows the raw material is available as per the inventory, but as per the database of the production team, the raw material is out of stock. So they go ahead and buy the raw material. Thus material as well as inventory cost goes up, right? Redundancy of the data and the inventory cost will also go up due to the sudden requirement of the material, which they didn't plan for that. Fourth requirement, high recruitment. How? Once the raw material is available, the shop floor department suddenly realizes they are short of workers. They approach the HR, who in turn hire temporary employees at higher than market rates. Thus, labor cost increases. The production department fails to update the finance department on the materials they have purchased. The finance department defaults the payment deadline set by the vendor, causing the company loss of its reputation and even inviting a possible legal action. So these are just a few of many problems with decentralized systems. At that point of time, the ERP was introduced into the market. So the benefits of this ERP system, centralized system, is in one system you can have have the all the data in a single system, which can be accessed by all the departments in a single source system. Finance department can access the HR, shop floor execution, supply related data, production planning, sales, inventory. All this data can be accessed through one source system. Okay, integration between different departments got increased. Okay, so it eliminates the duplication, discontinuity, and redundancy in data, provides information across departments in real time. Okay, so as part of that, SAP is one ERP tool. Okay, SAP is a ERP tool. So abbreviation of SAP is systems, applications, and products in data processing. So enterprise resource planning is defined as the ability to deliver an integrated suite of business applications. ERP tools are a common process and data model covering broad and deep operational end-to-end processes, such as those found in finance, HR, distribution, manufacturing, service, and the supply chain. So this is the advantage of enterprise resource planning. Okay, so as part of that, SAP is one kind of ERP tool. Okay, so let's try to understand the SAP. So earlier we used to have the ECC system, okay, which is on-prem system. Now that database was maintained by Oracle. Now SAP is owning own database called S4HANA. SAP has mandated to migrate their ECC systems into the S4HANA systems. Okay, so that is the difference between ECC and S4HANA when we are talking about. Especially, it is for Gunjan, because Jespal and Samarendra are from SAP background. I need not to explain all these things to you, but I'm just giving you a heads up. Okay. So This is one kind of landscape of SAP. We'll have this is in ECC three-tier architecture. It is development. We'll have different servers: development server, quality server, and production server. Production server is the place where we have the day-to-day business transactions posted into the source system, into the SAP system. Okay. So from here, we'll extract the data into our Signavio process intelligence, and we'll start mining the business processes based on the production data. So as part of this, to handle different departments, we have different modules available in SAP, such as HCM, which is this is not HR, HCM, Human Capital Management, belonging to HR. LSD means Sales and Distribution, which deals with the sales related operations, and Production Planning, which deals with the production department, and Material Management, which deals with the inventory, plant maintenance, which deals with the plant related activities, how to reduce the machinery breakdown, or to decrease the machinery idle time and labor idle time and all. So we have finance module, finance and controlling, financial accounting and controlling, and the quality management to maintain the quality checks related data, and the project systems. This is treasury management or transportation management. So different types of modules are available in SAP to handle the different kinds of departments related data. So we have technical modules as well as part of SAP, out of which ABAP is used to develop the code. Okay, by writing code, they'll develop the program, and they'll create the RISE objects in the system. Whereas when it comes to basis, they handle or they manage the source system. Whenever we want to connect the source systems to the Signavio process intelligence or process insights with the SAP system, basis consultant would be the point of contact to have in touch, and will connect the respective source systems with the Signavio. Okay, so like this, the modules are differentiated in SAP. The reason being why I'm explaining, if you can understand this when we are going into the real-time scenario, it will be easy for you to understand to whom you can contact. Say for example, if you're mining finance process, you may get SME from FICO consultant. Okay, so if you are mining the production related process, you have to reach production PP consultant. Okay, when you are going to connect your source systems, you need to be in touch with basis consultant. Okay.
So Naren,
Sorry. Yes, Samar.
here we need to check with, we need to learn every process of every finance ST or every module.
Sorry, I didn't get you. Your voice is not clear.
Am I audible now?
A little better.
Yeah, and actually this Signavio deals with every processes, right? Finance, SD, modules.
Yes, it can be any process.
Hello?
Yes, it can be any process. Whatever the process you want to mine, it can mine any process.
So we need to learn the process as well, the existing process of the different departments.
Process in terms of when you are going to interact with the client, okay, with the business, so you have to capture the activities from the client, right? Say for example, you may get finance process to be mined. You have to understand what type of activities they are executing in their business. Based on that, how those activities are being posted into the source system using SME consultant. Using SME, we'll try to understand those technical details. You need not to worry about the technical details if you are not aware of those technical details.
Okay.
So in a process mining project, usually along with the process mining consultant, there will be GPO, global process owner, who explains us their business process from the client side, and we'll have the SME who will try to understand their business process, and will convey to us in terms of explaining us how they are executing their business processes, how many number of activities are there, how we can identify those activities. Okay, based on that, we'll write the code here.
Yeah, that will be provided by the product owner.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Fine. Because no one knows all the processes, right? How can we understand all those technical details? Say, for example, we are from SAP, for example, we may understand to some extent how to, regarding the business process. Whereas when it comes to other systems, we may, we may get a project for Oracle related data to be mined or process to be mined, which are getting stored in Oracle system. How can we understand the data related to Oracle? Right? So we need, SME from Oracle also who can provide us the technical details.
So this the Signavio can use in any ERP, right? So Oracle or SAP, whatever maybe, JD Edwards.
You're right. So any ERP system you can connect and you can extract the data and you can start mining the process.
So the recruitment industry is not restricted to SAP. It will be in any other organization as well.
Yes. You're right. Because see, if you think at an organization level, you're mining the process for an organization, how they are having that business process. What are the problems they have in their organization? We are identifying their organization's problems, not the source system's problems, right? So as part of working on identifying these business processes, they might have different source systems in place in their organization. Are you getting my point?
Yeah, got the point. No, this Signavio is owned by SAP, right? This one.
Yes.
Okay. So you can't use like in the other organization, Oracle ERP somewhere like that.
No, not like that, not like that, not like that. This is the SAP product, but the purpose of this tool is to mine the business process. The owner might be SAP.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so yeah. So yeah, fine. Coming to
that is what I was just explaining, that we have also systems like Oracle in Ireland also, and then Denmark we have like Business Central, Microsoft. So they are different systems. So that is why we have just so far just integrated with SAP, but we are planning to integrate with others also systems.
Okay, yeah. So that is why, yeah. So because we are mining the processes at an organization level. Right? So we are trying to identify the issues in the organization.
Yeah.
So,
once the data is in, I think in Signavio, then it does not matter whether it has come from Microsoft Dynamics or SAP or Oracle.
Yeah, right. Sometimes some organizations might have all the data placed in one data lake.
We have data lake also big.
Yes. Yeah.
But yeah, in Azure cloud.
Azure, yeah, we have connector available for Azure Data Lake as well. Recently introduced in Signavio Process Intelligence.
Yeah.
Okay, so the thing here is we should think at a broader perspective when we look at this process mining technique. So that is what I was trying to explain to Samrendra. So fine. Hope it's clear now. Any doubts, Samar? Anyone? Okay, fine. So coming to the organization structure, say for example in SAP, how the organization structure can be defined. Okay, so client is nothing but not the business. This is the source system, right? So in a source system, sorry, I think Gunjan is having some network issues. Can you hear me, Gunjan? Any doubts? Okay, fine. So if you have any queries, if you are unable to unmute, you can ask in the chat. I can answer you. Because the SAP thing which I am explaining, especially to you here, the reason being both are from SAP background. So that is why. Okay, fine. Coming to this organization structure. Okay, fine. Thank you. The organization structure can be defined in SAP in such a way that in this following way. We have source system. In source system, we may have different controlling areas: chart of accounts, chart of depreciation, credit control area. See, the purpose of each and every part is different. Say for example, if you have controlling area, this is to maintain your cost centers, profit centers related data using the controlling area. Whereas when it comes to chart of accounts is used to maintain your GL accounts, general ledger accounts related data here. Okay, with reference to chart of accounts itself, general ledger accounts are created. So when it comes to chart of depreciation, it is used to maintain your asset related transactions here. Okay, every organization has their own assets, right? So to handle and to maintain the asset related transactions, they will have a chart of depreciation. So you need not to worry about all these things. I'm just giving you some explanation here. So under this, we will have company code. Company code is nothing but your organization legal entity. We can say legal entity. Okay, so say for example, in an organization, you may have you may have multiple companies, right? You may have companies in India, US, UK, or some other countries in the world. In each and every country, you may have you may have to create the legal entity as per the respective government regulations, right, for the reporting purpose. So that legal entity will be created as the company code here. Okay, say for example, if you look at the Tata Group, we may have Tata Consultancy Services, Tata Steels Limited, Tata Automobiles. All these can be each and every entity can be created as a legal entity here. It can be created based on your business, or it can be created based on your geographical area. Okay, so basically it is a legal entity which is created to for the reporting purpose. Okay, so in this company code, you if this company is a manufacturing company, you may have plants. Okay, under this company code. So for example, if you look at this Tata Motor Limited, they may have their plant located in Mumbai, Gujarat, Chennai, Hyderabad, any location, right? So those the plants will be created under this legal entity called company code. Okay, if it is not the manufacturing company, then we'll directly have the purchase organization, which is directly assigned to company code. Under company code, you may have purchase organization, and you'll have the trading activities here. You buy and sell the sell your goods through this purchase organization and purchasing group. So when it comes to the plants, once you manufacture your goods, you will send these goods to your purchase organization and the shipping points, and or you may have storage locations or warehouses to maintain those materials. Okay, and you may also have the sales related data in the form of you may maintain as part of sales organization. So for example, if you look at the let us take the same example, Tata Motors Limited, for example. So you may have plants across the country, as I mentioned, in the Chennai, Gujarat, and other places. From there, that will be shipped to each and every sales organization located at different locations. You may have Chennai as a sales organization. Under in Chennai, you may have different places, or you may have your sales organizations located in Mumbai. From Mumbai, you may have different distribution channels, right? Like Noida, Nagpur, Pune, all those things. So from there, in Pune also, you may have different types of sales offices, right? So showrooms kind of thing, we can call it as showrooms. So they'll distribute from distribution channels to sales offices, and then from there the goods will be delivered to the customers. So like this, the organization structure can be defined in SAP for the reporting purposes and to handle the transactions properly. Okay, so these are some module wise organization structure. What if the for finance department, this would be the organization structure. You have the source system. Under source system you may have controlling area. Under controlling area you have company codes. Under each and every company code you may have multiple profit centers, cost centers, like that. If it is the sales related module or sales department at a company code level, so under company code you may have different sales organizations, you may have different distribution channels, you may have different sales areas or sales offices. So if it is the production department, under your client you may have different company codes. Under each and every company code you may have multiple plants. Under plants you may have different storage locations or shipping points. So this would be the production department related organization structure. So when it comes to inventory management, you may have plant. Under plant you may have storage locations, purchase organizations and all. So if it is the trading, under company code you'll directly have the purchase organization where you buy the products and sell. From here you will transport your material to respective places. Whereas if it is the plant, under plant you will have different storage locations. From there you will distribute your products to different purchase organizations. Okay, so just give me a moment. Let me come back within 1 minute. Sorry. Okay, so coming to the data types, okay, in SAP we'll have different types of data. Okay, so just try to understand how the data is stored here. Okay, so in SAP the data is differentiated as in three ways. Okay, one is the
Can you share
configuration.
your screen? The screen is a small one actually.
Is it for everyone?
Yes.
Small. I didn't get it.
Yeah, can you enlarge this one?
Yes, now it's fine.
Oh, just give me a second. Is it visible now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thanks. So as I mentioned, in SAP, the data is stored in three ways. Okay, one is configuration data, second one is master data, third one is transactional data. Okay, so the reason being why I'm explaining this, when we are going to mine the process, what type of data to be extracted and what is the purpose of each and every data type. Let's try to understand this. Just sorry. Yeah. So based on that, let's try to understand how to extract the data while mining a process. Okay, so what is configuration data? Configuration data is created by the people who work on the software to make SAP work as per the requirements. Okay, so to configure the system for the business. Okay, how the different things should be in their day-to-day business transactions to be posted. Okay, so to make it happen, first we need to configure the system, right? So the configuration related data, the development related data is called as configuration data. Okay, so when it comes to the master data, if you have to post the transactions in the source system, first we should have the details regarding that, right? Say for example you have supplier. Whenever you are going to enter into the contract with the supplier, okay, when you are going to create any purchase order, when you are going to place an order to the supplier, first you should have the details related to that supplier, right? What is the supplier name and from which country, or what is the address of that supplier, what are the bank details of that supplier. Okay, so those details should be maintained here, right? Okay, so that data is called as master data. Okay, so once you create the master data for supplier itself, you'll be able to post the transactions related to that supplier whenever you're going to place an order with that supplier, whenever you're going to have the relationship with that supplier, transactions with that supplier. So unless you create the supplier as a master data in your source system, you cannot be able to post the transactions. Okay, so for example, you have bank. Okay, so if you before you have the transactions, before you make the transactions using that bank account, first you should maintain the details related to that bank in your system. Okay, such as what is the account number of the bank, and what is the IFSC code, and other details, address of the bank and all. Right, once you store that bank details as master data, then only you'll be able to post your transactions, day-to-day business transactions, such as incoming cash flow and outgoing cash flows and all. Right, so to have these transactions before transactions getting posted, the first we need to create the supplier master data. Or sorry, first we have to create master data. The master data can be material master data. If you are going to purchase a raw material from the supplier, right, so first you should create that material master data here. Okay, with what is that material name, okay, and what is the measure of unit of measure for that particular material, whether it is measured in kgs or liters, or what kind of a unit of measure for that. Okay, and what is the space it can occupy in the warehouse. So those details should be maintained. What is the price of that material? Okay, so those details should be maintained as master data. Then you can place an order for that material to the respective supplier. Okay, so we can create the master data in different ways, such as we can create the master data for materials, customers. Before you have the transactions with the customers, you have to maintain the details related to customer, as what is his name and address and everything. Okay, after that, as I mentioned, we should create the supplier master data, and all these master data should be created first, and then it will proceed us further to create the transactions in this source system. Okay, so transactional data is nothing but the day-to-day business transactions we post for the operations in the source system is called as transactional data. Okay, say for example, you may create production orders, you may create the purchase orders, you may create the sales orders, you may create the invoices. Okay, it can be supplier invoices or customer invoices, billing documents. All those transactions should be happened, then only we can have the real-time data in the source system, right? So these are called as transactional data. Okay, so these are the different types of data we have. As I mentioned, configuration data is used to develop, used to store the data related to configuration. Master data is used to store the data related to that particular account type. Okay, and transactional data is used to store the day-to-day business transactions. Okay, so this is all about this is the description which I've explained. Anyway, I'll share these slides to you. You can also go through this information. So is it clear so far regarding the data types, especially Gunjan? Any doubts? Fine. Okay. Yeah, thank you. So let's try to understand the manufacturing process of a manufacturing industry. Can anyone explain me, by looking at this diagram, what this diagram wants to explain us? How the manufacturing industry functions? Can anyone explain?
Like when the manufacturing will happen, manufacturing will be based on the like demand. Yeah, that is what you are trying to say first. That the sale plan. What will be our sale plan? Sale plan will be based on the demand. And then we have to decide what will be the minimum retail price. Yeah. And which we will, and then
that is
to produce that material, we have to buy some material. That is what we have to, then production department has to raise requisition based on the demand, And then once the production is done, then we have to schedule the production, like when it is to be created. And then we will get this material is to be purchased, like POs and all those things from vendor. Goods will be received, and then production will start. Then once the production is done, then goods will be sent for selling, finished goods. So that will be based on the sales order, and then getting the amount from customer, like customer creation, invoice generation, and then accounts receivable. Yes.
Perfect. So to some extent, you're right. Can you please also clarify the difference between independent requirement and demand requirement, if you have any idea? Otherwise, I'll explain, no issues.
Independent requirement and sorry.
Can you please differentiate the independent requirement and demand requirement? Do you have any idea?
So demand requirement will be, I think, based on the particular material if some demand is required. But I think independent will be like a general if production.
Demand.
That is what I understand.
Demand. You're right. So, I mean, this is based on your regular data. Okay, so how you are selling your products regularly, and demand is, say, for example, let me explain you this. So, based on the past records, okay, generally every organization conducts the review meetings, right? So as part of that, they'll try to understand what happened, how much revenue they could generate in the past few years. It can be 2 years or 3 years, last 1 year, how much they could realize or the revenue. Okay, based on that, they set the targets for the next year. Okay, how many number of units to be sold and how much revenue to be gained in the next year. So as part of that, they make this sales operating plan, and they'll prepare the sales plan and send it to the production department, and the production department will prepare the production plan as per the target that's set for the next year. Okay, so based on the plan, they'll disaggregate the product group. Okay, say for example, let's try to understand in a by taking an example. Say for example, we have the Toyota. Okay, as part of Toyota, they might have sold the 1 lakh units in the last year. So they set the target of selling 1,50,000 or 2 lakh units in the current year. Okay, and the same information is sent to the production department, and production department has made the production plan saying that to produce these many number of 2 lakh units, okay, in the next year, how much raw material is required, how much machinery is required, whether the current machinery capacity can meet this requirement or not. Do we need to buy the new machinery? Do we need to place new machinery into our plant? Okay, so do we need more resources, labors, okay, to work on to work in the plants to produce the products, right? So finished goods. So they'll make the plan and they'll disaggregate the product group. See, to finalize the materials required to produce 2 lakh units, first we need to segregate the product group, right? Say for example, in Toyota, you may have different types of cars available, such as you may have Innova, you may have Fortuner, you may have Glanza, you may have Urban Cruiser. So different types of products. Excuse me, sorry, my kid is disturbing today. Sorry. Okay, so different types of products available in an organization, right? So if they set the target to sell 20,000 units of Innova in this year, for example, okay, so as part of the Innova, in Innova you may have different types of products. Again, you may have base variant, mid variant, high end variant. So for each and every variant, you may need different types of products, right? The same product cannot be used for the interior or exterior purposes, right? So that disaggregation will be done as part of this product group differentiation. So after that, they'll start producing the they'll start making production for this plan. Okay, as per the plan, they need to produce the 2 lakh units. This is independent requirement. Whereas when it comes to demand requirement, say for example, other than their plan, as per their statistics, they there will be a demand going to come in the market for this year for 2 lakh units. Whereas coming to the demand requirement, suddenly one company approaches some cab company or travels company approaches Toyota Toyota, and ordered them to produce around 50,000 to 60,000 units for them. Okay, then that is the sudden requirement from the market, right? So for example, pharmaceutical industry. So usually usually in every year they might sell 1 crore units of dolo sheets, for example. Okay, paracetamol. Okay, suddenly COVID came into picture. During COVID, instead of producing 1 crore units, they should produce 2 crore units, because the demand has raised due to market conditions. That is demand requirements. Okay, so this is the difference between independent requirement and demand requirement. So it can be independent requirement or demand requirement. Both will perform the MRP run. MRP stands for Material Requirement Plan. Once you create the production order, then the system automatically performs this MRP run, Material Requirement Plan, where the system checks how many number of raw material is available as per the data. Okay, so whether it is sufficient, whatever the available we have in our warehouse, those materials are sufficient for us to manufacture these many number of requirements. It can be independent or demand requirements. If you have material available in your warehouse, then you'll take that raw material and send it to the production department. Production department will start producing the finished goods. Whereas if you do not have material available in your warehouse, what will be done? Then the production department raises the request to the procurement department. Procurement department, the requisition which whatever the production department is having, that will be raised to the procurement department in the form of purchase requisition. Production department raises the purchase requisitions to the procurement department. Procurement department receives this requisition from the production department. Then they'll start placing an order to the supplier. Procurement department searches for the supplier. If they have the existing supplier who can supply these goods, they'll directly supply those materials to the respective supplier. Whereas if they do not have any supplier who can supply the materials, then they'll go into the market and search for the different vendors. They'll get the quotations from the different vendors, and they'll check the quality, and they will check the terms and conditions with the respect to supplier. If they feel that if they feel that everything is fine, the supplier is meeting their quality, and supplier is meeting their terms and conditions in terms of whether supplier can give the payment terms condition as per the business terms, and supplier can deliver the goods on time as per the business terms, then they will proceed further to make the relationship with the respective supplier. They'll come into the agreement, or they'll come into the contract. Then they'll create the purchase order to the respective supplier. Okay, so whenever you place an order to the supplier, that is called as purchase order. Purchase order is a legal agreement between supplier and the business. Okay, so for procuring the materials from the supplier. Okay, in the purchase order, you will business will mention all the details, how much quantity required for them. Okay, at what price they are going to purchase those materials from the supplier, what are the payment terms for that purchase order. Okay, and in how many days the goods will be delivered by the supplier. Okay, all those details will be maintained in the purchase order. And once the purchase order is created, before sending to the supplier, the purchase order should be approved by the respective approver, okay, where he will verify whether this purchase order is really required or not. Okay, so whether this value which the procurement department maintains in the purchase order is correct or wrong. Okay, after verifying all these details, respective approver will approve that purchase order. Then the procurement department will send that purchase order to the supplier. Supplier will confirm to the business that whether the supplier can be able to supply the materials to the organization or not. If he is not able to deliver those goods, he'll confirm that I will not be able to deliver these goods. Purchase order will be cancelled. Okay, if he will be able to deliver those goods, he will confirm this PO and he'll send the goods to the warehouse. In the warehouse, quality department checks the goods. Okay, they perform the inspection. Okay, whether the goods are in the proper state or defected. If those are defected, the goods will be returned back to the supplier, and will receive the business will receive the invoice from the supplier. Okay, and accounts payable department will receive the invoice and perform the checks, three-way check. Okay, so accounts payable department checks whether in the purchase order we have placed the proper quantity or not, and whatever the quantity we have placed, how many number of goods we have received, how many of them are returned back to the supplier, how many of them are in the proper state, and what is the bill amount we have received from the supplier. Okay, so for example, you may have placed an order for 100 units. You might have received 100 units, but 10 units or 20 units might be returned back to the supplier. Okay, you might have received the invoice or bill from the supplier for 100 units. Will you make the payment for 100 units? No, right? Because we have returned back 20 units to the supplier. So we'll issue the credit memo. The accounts payable department will issue the credit memo for these returns to the supplier, and they'll create the new invoice for 80 units, and they'll make the payment for that 80 units. Okay, so this is after this. Once we receive the goods, these goods will be received or sent to the production department. Production department will receive these goods and start manufacturing the finished goods. Okay, after finished good is completed, then those goods will be sent to the warehouse or in inventory, and whenever they receive the order, then they'll create the sales order, and they'll send the goods to the customer. They'll deliver the goods to the customer, and they'll send they'll create the billing document or invoice, and they'll collect the payment from the customer. Okay, so hope it is clear regarding this how the manufacturing industry functions. Yes, Gunjan? I think you're okay. Okay, you raised your hand, right? So that is fine. So if you look at this, okay, fine, no issues. If you look at this, how many number of processes exist in the manufacturing industry?
So I think first will be the P2P.
Perfect.
There will be actually planning also, no? That how many products are to be purchased, whether that will be covered. Then there will be a sales process where the material is to be sent.
You're right.
And then recovery of the from the debtors here.
You're
Mainly
right.
these two. And the production line should have one actually.
We have a procurement process and sales process and production process and accounts payable process, which is related to finance department, accounts receivable, which is related to finance department, right?
Yeah, accounts payable should cover under P2P, or it should be...
Yeah, see, for example, in the finance department, you're right, that is covered as part of procure to pay. But if you look at the finance department, finance department is whole and independent department, right? It may have the transactions related to accounts payable, it may have transactions related to accounts receivable or assets, or it might be anything. Okay, say for example, in the procure to pay process, you can mine the process related to only procurement. Okay, say for example, you may have the invoices without PO as well, right?
Yeah, but yeah, you are correct. But in our organization, we have like one actually. They up to bank, they manage everything. Like, it depends depending on demand, like organization to organization.
Yes, that depends on the organization. You're right.
But in our
I
case,
mean,
like
yeah,
payment is also part of the P2P whole
yes,
process.
you're right. I do agree. Sometimes what happens as part of month end closing, okay, finance in the finance department, you may have GL processings and all will be there, right? So in that scenario, you may have to mine the process separately, right? So finance process mining is nothing but GL processing, how your month-end closing is running, how your year-end closing is running, where you're lacking, or where it is taking more time to process the month-end closings and all. Right? It can be for different departments. It can be for accounts payable or receivables or asset-related, all those things. Okay, as you mentioned, if it is related to accounts payable, then it will be covered as part of procure to pay. Okay, which is related to procurement. Fine. So other than this, by looking at this diagram, I think you may got the confirmation that every business runs on the processes, right? So hidden processes are also there, such as you may have hire to retire process, which is related to your HR department. You may have plant maintenance. So if you are unable to maintain your machinery properly, that will lead to your machinery breakdown. Sometimes it will take it will dig into the huge loss. Okay, so machinery idle time will be increased, labor idle time will be increased, and if the machinery is is not function, we may need to wait for days together, months together sometimes. Okay, so that process should also be mined to understand how frequently you are maintaining your process, your machinery, right? So it can be any process we can mine here. Okay, so out of which we'll take one process, which is procure to pay process, as a business case study, and we will walk through that procure to pay process throughout our training session. So we will discuss about that. First, we'll try to understand the procure to pay process and the activities involved in the process by taking an example of SAP, how those transactions are being saved in the respective SAP database in the form of tables and fields, and using those tables and fields, we will start mining the process. Okay, so this is the strategy which this is the plan which we are having now. And Gunjan, you mentioned in the chart that you are not able to see the goods. If you see here, when the goods are inspected, whether those goods will be accepted or not rejected. uh, okay, so as part of quality check, it will happen. Okay, fine. So is it fine? Can I shall I proceed further, or shall we connect in the next class?
I think next class will be better. Otherwise, one day.
Yes. Understand. Fine. Any doubts for anyone?
The only thing which I think we can discuss in the next class, like dependency of one process on the other process, like production, or that we can discuss in the next, like say for example, in case of production, yeah, so we are dependent on some other processes also, like plant maintenance or plant breakdown, like those type of, so how we can check that
Actually,
and within P2P also there could be a dependency on, like banking process, they have separate.
Yes, I understand. Actually, as you mentioned, how the if we have issue in one process, how that issue might impact the other processes. That is what your question, right? So
Dependency also, like if P2P process is there, yeah. So we have like invoice and everything. We are getting invoice like PO we are creating, then we are getting GRN, and then we are getting GRN might be dependent on the other store
you're right.
process, like where if the store process is not correct. Say for example, material is
But you're right.
received the warehouse,
Yes.
and then they are not creating GRN for 1 week. Yeah, what is the timeline for creating those GRNs? Then invoice payment will be delayed. Yeah,
Yes. So if it
that
is,
dependency how we
yes.
show in the process, that we can
Yeah.
discuss in the next one.
Yes, yes. When we jump into the process intelligence, you will be able to understand those things. But as you mentioned here, here you have asked two things. One is related to process. Second is related to the object. Okay. I mean, if something is happening in one process, how it would impact the other process. Okay.
Yeah.
How we can track that. So if you look at the first case, okay, if you are mining a single process, such as we mentioned, procure to pay process, in this procure to pay process, if something is happening, that we can track what's happening and how it is impacting the other activities or transactions in the procure to pay process. That is the process mining. Whereas if you talk about the other scenario, okay, if one issue is there in one process, how it would impact this other process. For that is to identify such kind of scenarios, we have a concept called object centric process mining. So in process mining, this case centric process mining which we are doing now is that is related to the case, or that means in a single process what's happening. To track all those details, we have process case centric process mining, which is restricted to that particular process. Whereas we have a concept called object centric process mining. In that scenario, you can track, if you will receive the order from the customer. Based on that order, sales order, you will create the production order, and based on this production order, if there is any requirement for the raw material, you will raise the purchase requisition and get the materials from the supplier. That means in an organization at a whole, you have all these processes interlinked together. So now that concept is evolving, not that much mature, and we don't have the that object centric process mining nowadays in any tool. But now they are trying to introduce in any process mining tool to track all these objects. Okay, currently we are having case centric process mining, where you can mine a single process and identify the issue in your single process. Okay.
Mhm.
Fine. So Gunjan, you asked me that in case of return after 3 months. So that is why we are mining this process. In this process mining, you will be able to know, how after creating the PO, how much time it is taking to receive the goods from the supplier, and how much time it is taking to return back those goods to the supplier. Why it is taking this much of time? Okay, why we are not able to perform the quality checks on time. Okay, so quality notifications to be created whenever you receive the goods from your supplier in the ERP system. Once the quality department receives those quality notification, then they'll go to the warehouse and they'll verify whether the goods are in the proper state or defected. So then based on that, they'll have to return back those goods. If they are if the quality notifications are not being received on time, then the issue is with the organization. Clearly they need to improve their quality checks, and they need to increase the resources in the quality checks, because if you return after 3 months, supplier may not accept that goods return, right? So
Yeah, that is, sorry.
sorry, you are saying something just for.
No, someone was saying something like.
No. So
Actually, so what I was trying to say here, actually, dependency, actually, what Gunjan has mentioned, that return. So there could be like, we have received the material. What happens actually in our case particularly, like in the vendor sends the invoice immediately when the goods is sent, and the same time they send the invoice, they are all coming automatically to our system, they reach, and then they chase for payment, and then, but the GRN creation may take time because some lab testing is to be done. They based on that material is to be accepted. So there are few things actually, quality thing.
yes, depends
So
on the nature of
yeah,
business and the material which you are
Mhm.
taking. So that is also different, right? In the
Yeah,
retail industry, they need to perform the frequent quality checks on daily basis.
yeah. We can then, in that case, I think we need to check that whether we need to introduce a process that your payment will be made after 15 days of creation of invoice, so that we can get time to inspect the material and all those things. I think those,
Yes.
that is what I was saying, that we need to just discuss the independencies, risks.
Yes. So to identify such kind of issues and to finalize those improvement solutions where they need to improve, we are mining the processes here. Say, for example, Gunjan, you mentioned that when quality assurance happens pre or post. So at the time of receiving the goods itself. So once you receive the goods into your warehouse, then itself the quality checks will be performed. Okay, parallelly the invoice will be received and the accounts payable department will receive those invoices through the systems. Okay, so is this clear? Yeah, fine.
Naren, I have some questions.
Yes, Sama.
Yeah, regarding this job markets. So apart from this Signavio, anything we need to learn to enter this Signavio consultant like that?
Nothing. You just should be able to understand the business. Okay, that we can understand it by going through the articles and all. So because when you reach the client or business, every business has their own business processes. Okay, only thing is we conduct the interviews and we gather the requirements from the client. We should be able to understand the business, and then we'll mind the process. You need not to learn anything in this training session itself. I'll teach you the technical part as well, and anyway we are discussing this business process in detail, right? So if you can follow whatever I'm training here or what I'm mentioning here, if you can make notes of all these things, anyway I'll share these PPTs to you. Okay, after completion of every class, I'll share the daily presentations so that you can make the notes of everything, and it will be enough in the job market. They'll ask in terms of how this tool can benefit the business. That is what you need to explain them. And
Sometimes they ask that 2 to 4 years experience in Signavio. In
let me
that
tell
case,
you one thing. If they ask, I have seen other who is asking for having 6 years 7 years into Signavio. My question is, Signavio was acquired by SAP in 2021. How one can have 5 6 years of experience? No, right?
yeah, the JD is coming like that only.
Yes, I know, I understand, but you need not to worry about that. If you can mention that I have experience into SAP and I've been working on Signavio from the last 1 year, that will be enough, because there is no candidates available in the market who is having more experience.
Okay, and one more thing. So Signavio consultants role will be in this discovery phase only. Then after there will be no anything input from the Signavio required consultant.
This, as part of discovery, the organization identifies all the tools required for the migration. For example, in the migration project, in the discovery phase, they'll identify what they are going to do as part of their migration journey. As part of prepare phase, they'll start using the tools which are required for their migration projects. As part of that, Signavio would be the starting point to identify their business processes. This is the starting point for them.
Then after what the consultant do after this discovery phase, they identified a thing, and the functional consultant will take care of this rest of the things. So
So
what they need to move to another project or what else?
Signavio consultant.
Yes. Yes, Signavio consultant. I hope connection is lost. Anyone can hear me? This one? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I think Naren is not able to join. Let us drop off now, then we can discuss next week.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, I lost power suddenly. I've connected through my mobile hotspot. Okay, fine. So as part of discover phase, we'll identify the activities and we'll mine the process. Once it is completed, once they identify, once the organizations identify their process, they'll map their current process with the to be process as part of fit to standard workshop in the explore phase. Are getting my point? So based on that, the consultant team will work on making the configuration settings in the S4 system. After that, once they have everything, once the S4 system is ready and the transactions are getting posted, started posting, then again after posting into the S4 system after 3 months or 6 months, again they'll mine their processes in S4. We are mining their processes in ECC. Again they'll mine their processes in S4 to understand whether they could reduce the issues which they were having in ECC system or not. And over the period of time, to overcome all these issues, they'll use this Signavio tool as a continuous process improvement tool. Okay, so as part of that, they can create OLAP tables to generate the exception reports and to have the real-time data where they are having the issues in their business process and all. Okay, so they'll use the Signavio tool as part of their continuous process improvements as well. Okay, in the meanwhile, you'll have the gap between ECC mining and S4 mining, right? In this gap, you may be allocated to the another project, okay, where you need to be involved in the same migration projects or continuous process improvements project. Is it clear?
Yeah, and what are the hierarchies, means in the positions in the Signavio side? Means consultant, senior consultant, or
yes, same. So if you based on your experience and expertise, if you are working on consulting itself, that means Signavio tool itself, you may be designated as a consultant, senior consultant, lead consultant, like that, principal consultant, like that. Whereas if you are working from the product side itself, that means client side itself, you may be designated as a solution architect or product owner. So such kind of designations you may have. Okay, being a solution architect using the process mining tool such as Signavio, you should be able to identify the issues in the business processes, and based on that, you have to you have to be there in their steering board where you can recommend the solutions for them. Okay, so depends on your experience and expertise, these designations will be deferred. Clear?
Okay. Yeah.
Fine. Shall we catch up next week, or do we have anything to discuss?
No, one more thing. Here, you earlier said you are working something, Celonis, something like that. That is also mining tool, right?
Yes, same like Signavio, but it does not have process manager capabilities.
So, okay, we're not required to learn other tools as well, right? Apart from the Signavio.
Not required. Not required. Signavio is enough. Once you complete 50% of the training, you just add Signavio into your profile and upload in LinkedIn or Naukri. So just see how you are going to get the calls.
Okay. Understood.
Yeah. Fine. Thank you for joining.
Yeah.
Let's
Thank
catch
you.
up in the next session. Thank you. Have a great weekend. Bye.
Bye.